You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open's fired up this week at Logan Martin Lake in Lincoln, Alabama, the site of the fourth stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Open season. Our live coverage today brought to you by Maxim Tires. Excited to have them a part of the B.A.S.S. brand this year. The field is cut. We had 196 pros and co-anglers over the first 2 days of competition, and we have narrowed it down to just the top 10 will compete today. A lot on the line for these 10 anglers. Not only did they do their job the first 2 days, and they have made the top 10, but they have classic spots available today. A winner will punch his ticket to the biggest event in fishing. Also points for the EQ race. $44,000 will go in the bank as well for the winner today. Plenty of money going down the list as well for the top 10, and plenty of good work being put in by these anglers this year in terms of the EQ points race, making sure that they can maybe make the Bassmaster Elite Series. Some sights from our takeoff this morning. They took off about an hour ago from Lincoln Landing. 6 o'clock Central Time. 7 o'clock Eastern Time was takeoff. We got a couple familiar faces, including some winners from past Opens, including Jeremiah Kendi and Kyle Austin. Those two guys have already punched their ticket to the Classic. Emil Wagner's another hot name as well, and we got to hear from Jeremiah Kendi this morning.
Excited.
Taking us out in the lead, wire to wire.
I got one more day to go. Made another top 10, and I'm just going to fish my guts out. If it's my turn, it's my turn. So I'm excited, ready to throw that topwater and get some big blow-ups.
Team of the Year angler out of Alabama.
It's a good morning for a topwater.
Jeremiah Kendi talking about a topwater bite. That is something we are excited about, no doubt about it, guys. Ronnie Moore here in studio, along with Elite Series champion, two-time winner Buddy Gross, and our guy Kyle Jesse, along with Mike Sukon, that you know from the Bassmaster Elite Series and Bassmaster Live every day we go live. We mentioned it, we've got a stout top 10. Not only do we have two previous winners of the Opens fishing today, we also have some locals to the Coosa River, Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, obviously a mixed field. Guys that have already had a lot of success in the Opens this season. Some local guys adds a little bit of flavor. You know, it seems like it's going to be a really interesting day. We have, you know, some guys fishing up the river, obviously capitalizing on an early morning bite. Guys down the lake, obviously fishing a shad spawn. That's a key this time of year. And then the guys that are fishing offshore, you know, that's a late bite. The current picks up later in the day. So I don't think this is going to be a deal of us calling it quits after the halfway point. It's going to be an all-day affair.
Logan Martin, the fourth stop. We've had four totally opposite bodies of water to kick off our Opens. And Buddy Gross, you were here in the month of February, a little bit different than May. But Logan Martin, it's on the Coosa River, so it sets up like a lake at the bottom where Clear Creek and Rabbit's Branch and Cropwell Creek are. But then you can, if you like current and you like river fishing, you can get a little taste of the river as well.
Absolutely, and this thing has some giant spots in it, and it's growing some pretty good largemouth. So I think you're going to see some bigger fish caught today. They don't have as much company. And that topwater bite's probably going to kick off today.
How big of a bonus for Josh Butler was it to catch a 713 largemouth on day one? That is not an expectation here. That is a bonus.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That gives you that boost of confidence to know that there's some quality around, though, and you just keep digging in. He's liable to catch another good one.
Kind of gets him a little heads and shoulders above the field, knowing that they're going to have to catch a 7-pounder or he's going to have to slip quite a bit if they make up ground on him. And we can't show you who wins today till we show you who has won this season. Our first stop of the season at legendary Lake Okeechobee. We had a local son, Scott Martin. Some people may know that name. 90 pounds plus through 3 days of competition, was able to set the all-time Opens winning weight and also 21 pounds victory. That is the biggest margin of victory in Opens history, also the single-day biggest bag. He's going to the Bassmaster Classic based off this win. And Kyle Jesse, we came to our neck of the woods, Hot Springs, Arkansas, for stop number 2, and Jeremiah Kendi, guy we just heard from, already punched his ticket to the Classic as well.
Absolutely. This season's kind of been all about the local for the Opens. You know, 3 tournaments, and we've had 3 winners that are local to the area. Jeremiah Kendi is well respected in Hot Springs, and Central Arkansas is one of the best fishermen around. And, you know, a lot of the guys around there call him the king of Washita. He proved it there that week, that's for sure.
He got to beat, maybe if he's the king, he got to beat the prince. In second place there, we had 2 locals battling it out at Washita. And like you mentioned, local flavor, Kyle Austin. He fishes our EQ points race all season long, fighting for the Elite Series spot. But here he felt a little more comfortable at Santee Cooper, was able to win on his home body of water, used a little local knowledge, a little secret spot that he was able to catch a couple big fish each morning, get his momentum going in the right direction, able to fish a little old school with a spinnerbait and a lipless crankbait, a current seam, some water flowing, and we had some big storms, but he was able to weather that storm and catch one big one on a tree late in the day to secure his victory. Hey, Kyle, the last couple times Kyle Austin has launched his boat, he has won. He's won at Santee Cooper since our Open, and he said, hey, why don't we just make it 3 tournaments in a row for me personally to win? He is just outside our Tackle Warehouse EQ points race. He is 11th going into today. He can move up and maybe jump in our top 10, but here's how they look right now. Evan Kung from Canada maintaining his 30-point lead over Dakota Ebert coming into the event. He is still on top. Easton Fothergill, Bo Browning, those 2 guys in the top 10 are graduating college today from the University of Montevallo, and they're trying to jump straight to the pro ranks immediately. Guys like Cody Meyer, Brandon McMillan, they have been pros before, so has Josh Butler. They're trying to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Matt Adams, Paul Marks, 2 guys we've seen quite a bit this year, had great finishes as well. Bobby Bakewell holding down the last spot, and we mentioned it. Josh Butler, he's fished professionally as recently as last year as a touring pro, and he is our leader. He started the week with 19.5 pounds, followed it up yesterday with 15.5, and he holds about a 3-pound, 5-ounce margin over Tucker Smith. And a good start for him on the shad spawn would be a huge bonus for him. This was earlier today. These anglers have been taken off and fishing for about an hour on Logan Martin.
Yes. That's a lot better fish right there. Let's go. Turned the wrong one on. It's all right. He ate it too. Choked it. Let's go.
Good start to his day, a 2+ pounder, and you know when you come to the Coosa River, you see that rod tip shaking, you know it's a swim jig bite. And tell us about the shad spawn, buddy Gross. People may not know watching what a shad spawn is,
but be okay.
Around late April, early May, especially in Alabama, it starts to happen.
Yeah, that shad spawns when the shad get up here shallow and they really start piling up together to do their spawning, and they like that water willow that's up there on the bank on this Coosa River. It's really a more fun shad spawn bite on the Coosa River because you can throw so many different options at them in that willow. And it's a ferocious bite, but they get that Coosa shake going on and it triggers the bite.
Yeah, hard cover is what they like to rub up against, be around when they're doing their spawn and deal, and it's a great for them and even better for the bass because it's a great ambush opportunity. As we head south on Logan Martin down to where it fishes more like a lake, more open water, out with Kiyoya Fujita, one of the best Elite Series pros that we have seen over the last 2 years of his career.
He's got the scope going on this morning, looks like. It's a good one.
Good one. Yes. Good.
He's not playing around with them, boat flipping them.
No, I like that spot. Those are kind of spots that makes a big difference right there.
Very long fish as well right there. You can see that one is
Yes, 3-pounder.
3-pounder for Kiyoya
Good
Fujita.
start.
Good fish.
Yeah.
It's always a little scary. There might be about a 5-pound lead for
Swim bait?
Swim?
Yeah, swim bait, like soft plastic.
A bait, jighead minnow?
Jighead minnow.
Yeah.
Butler with about a 5-pound lead on Kiyoya starting the day, but that's not safe and secure with how good he's been fishing.
Pretty interesting too, him throwing the spinning rod and boat flipping a 3-pounder, so he's not using real light line.
Started to notice that a little bit when his techniques, that it's normally a light line technique, but he has found a way to do it with a little beefier tackle. So we go back to our leader, Josh Butler, who, like we said, trying to stave off some of the best young anglers in the game. Tucker Smith in second, Kiyoya Fujita in third.
That one didn't look very big though. Both of the ones that I missed haven't been big.
That's a good bite.
I got him there. And that's the limit.
That's 5 already. That'll give him the confidence to do some things today that he might not would do if he was struggling a little bit.
And yesterday, Kyle, he struggled indeed. It was not a good morning for Josh Butler, but his afternoon really saved him.
Absolutely. He lost a lot of fish in the morning. I think he calculated somewhere between 12 and 15 pounds before 10 o'clock. Buddy, one thing that needs to be said about the shad spawn is it can happen quick. It happens first thing in the morning, and capitalizing on an early morning shad spawn, like you mentioned, gives you the confidence the rest of the day to really hunt for the big ones.
Cool thing about a shad spawn is all sizes, these shad will spawn like this. And when you find the bigger shad, usually the bigger fish are in there on it. So the shad spawn can be going on in a lot of places, but if it's not the right ones for the big ones, you don't find the quality. But looks like he's finding some quality.
Yeah, he's got one he put in is 2 pounds, 10 ounces. The rest are under 1.5 pounds. He's got 8 pounds total on the morning.
Getting our first introduction as well today that's what's great about the Opens. You get some veterans, you get some common names, and then you get some new anglers. Yui Aoki making his debut on Bassmaster Live down at the south end of the lake where Kiyoya Fujita is, and he got a good start this morning earlier as well, and trying to come back from 9th place starting the day.
Let's go.
Sounds like a good one.
What's the fish? Ooh. Let's go.
Buddy, you know this as well as anybody. Those Coosa River spotted bass are mean. They are some of the most mean fish that swim.
Yeah, when I used to team fish down there, which has been a long time ago, those spots were so big and so mean. We used to argue about who's going to dig them out of the live well. I mean, they would actually eat your hand up. It was pretty interesting. But yeah, there are some mean ones, and they grow big, and they get some weight on them. That's the cool thing. They're long and lean, but when they start packing them pounds on them, fish actually add up and get some good weight on them.
And we normally don't like mean people or mean things, but when we say mean, they were one of the hardest fighting fish. You catch a 2-pounder, you think it's a 4-pounder, and so when you do catch a 4-pounder, you thought you had an absolute unicorn of a fish.
And I'm telling you, there are some unicorns there. A lot of them are popping up, but there are some giant spots in this lake.
Yui Aoki making his debut on Bassmaster Live, and that is a good start for his day, trying to come back from 9th place. And guys, normally we have a decent margin from 1st to 10th, but it really starts to get tight. It's 3-5 from 1st to 2nd, and then it's about 4 pounds from 2nd to 10th. So a lot of fighting room for these anglers to try to improve their standing. And I called Jeremiah Kendi last night and said, were you just going to win every single Open you enter? Because this is his 2nd Bassmaster Open of the year, and it's his 2nd top 10. He's got a shot to win today, and we would love to see that topwater play.
Oh, this is what I'm waiting on right here. There's one.
Oh my God, there he is. That's the kind right there that I'm after. Stay buttoned, please.
I think it's a pretty good fish.
I've lost so many of them this week. This part's nerve-wracking. All you can do is just hope and pray. Oh gosh. Got him kind of foul hooked weird.
He's definitely trying to keep this one hooked up for sure. He knows the quality bites up here are going to be few and far, but they're going to be good fish, so he needs to get every one of them in the boat.
Oh, he ain't that big, but I'll take him.
Nice.
Second keeper in the boat for Jeremiah Kendi. No matter if it's big or not, hey, it's a positive deal when you land them. He did mention, he said, I've probably gotten, if I've gotten 20 bites a day, I've only landed 10 of them.
We need 5 of them, then go largemouth fishing. That's what we need.
Yeah, with this group of anglers, if you don't make every bite count, get it to the boat, it makes a big difference at the end of the day.
What a great visual there on topwater. The fish missed it multiple times. And that's the deal. You never want to stop a topwater, it seems, and pause it, buddy. You want to keep it going because that fish bit about 10 seconds before it started biting again, and they will just hover around that bait. We'll see if Jeremiah can pull out that topwater and keep it hot today. Josh Butler, a quick limit. That dooms bad news for the rest of the field. He's off to a good start, at least a solid baseline limit. And there's your updated unofficial standings. That fish from Jeremiah Kendi has not popped in yet, I do not believe. But Josh Butler with about a 7.5-pound lead after catching a quick limit over Emil Wagner. We'll get an introduction to him soon. Kyle Austin, Tucker Smith, Garrett Paquette, and the rest of the top 10 here at Logan Martin. We'll be right back from Lincoln, Alabama. Welcome back to the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7 here at Logan Martin Lake in Lincoln, Alabama. Brought to you by Ranger Boats, Rapala, and Yamaha. Logan Martin Lake, 4th stop of the Bassmaster Open season here in Lincoln, Alabama. Like we mentioned, a good start to the morning. These anglers have been fishing for about an hour to start their final day. Cut the field from 196 boats down to the top 10, with all having a shot at a Bassmaster Classic berth. See a lot of anglers gathered in this mid-lake portion. Kyle Austin being one of our winners already this season. Started the final day in 6th place, looking to turn a terrible practice, Kyle Jesse, into a good tournament. He has done so far.
He was dead set that he was not going to catch him this week, and here we are watching him on Championship Saturday.
And I was like, man, it's probably a good morning to swim a jig. And the last 2 days kind of sucked for the bluebird skies and sunny. And so far it's worked out. We've got a couple nice ones, and let's see if we can't catch another good one. I'd like to have like a 4 or 5 pounder, and then I'll go fish brush the rest of the day and hopefully get rid of that little one, and we'll be in business. But either way, this is way more fun than the other program I got, so I'd rather just swim a jig all day.
Last year was 1 fish shy of qualifying for the elites through the EQs.
He's like big ones to bite.
Only came in with 4 fish on the final day, Such. It was brutal to watch go down on Bassmaster Live. And
he got healthy this week, though, from 2030s in 11th, and he moves up. He just needs 2 points to get in our top 10.
The consistency, too, you can tell an angler like that just barely missed it last year and they're back in the top again.
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes to show how deep this competition is in these EQs.
And that's a tough pill to swallow, getting that close, a year prior. Obviously starting this season, not as great as he probably would have expected. Then to win on his home pond, and, that momentum's obviously carrying over to Logan Martin here this week.
Yeah, in the 9 events, the winner gets 200 points, second place 199 points. They accumulated all year long to see our top 9 will advance to the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. Not fishing today, but Evan Kung.
yes,
He actually increased his lead from 13 to 34 points. He's only 8 points off the pace set last year by those top guys, John Garrett and Trey McKinney and JT Tompkins. 2 of them have victories on the Elite Series this year already.
We know that group of rookies set the bar extremely high.
Oh, man, did they.
This group right here that's working their way to the top, too, though, they're nothing to sneeze at. I mean, they're going to be really great anglers.
and we don't want to ever say that as in a disrespectful way, like the past classes before the EQs were formed aren't good, because, buddy, you're a part of that. You came from fishing professionally and came through the Bassmaster Opens to make it as well. And so single division anglers are just as skilled, it seems, but the 9-event anglers like Kyle Austin become battle tested. There's adversity they have to face. You have a bad event and you have to come back from it. But we mentioned it earlier, one of our champions is able to, it's hard to win at home, buddy. You've had a couple shots at Chickamauga and Elites and it just hadn't lined up right for someone to win at home, that has to go everything to plan.
Everything has to go just exactly like it's supposed to. But you know, the biggest thing is, even if he don't get the win at Santee, he's got him a good finish, and those points are valuable when you're trying to make it to this elite deal. So anytime you get to get on some familiar ponds, it really helps you.
Now, he has the 4th largest one-day bag there, 31 pounds, 8 ounces, and his weight, 83.7, is second all-time in the Opens. Right after the first event at Okeechobee was Scott Martin.
Santee's getting very diverse too. I mean, it's got a grass coming, but the tree bite, the current bite, that is one of my most favorite lakes in the country. It is really a great lake.
And we got to see him do all of that, fish some current seams, fish some hard cover wood, and then he knew obviously grass can factor, but he said he was actually looking for trees that week where there was no grass.
That's
because
awesome.
it was a cleared out area, and he was able to make a rotation. He said probably 6-7 times each day he would go and fish specific trees, knowing that at some point in the day that those fish would pull up and be on that tree, and that's the local knowledge that you need, knowing and trusting that they'll be there. We saw a little bit from him earlier this morning as we head back out to another champion on the Bassmaster Opens, Jeremiah Kendi. Been utilizing topwater in the morning, and obviously when the current kicks on from the dam operation schedule.
This is the ones I'd be worried about because they could really catch a giant bag up there doing this.
Well, it hasn't started out great. I do have one of the right ones I need, but I've had some missed opportunities, but you're gonna have that fishing these topwaters. But I'm still optimistic. They could start biting at any minute, and we could get up to 15 pounds quick on this spot.
I like that.
Just, it don't seem like, I figured with this rainy morning they'd bite top, maybe better, but it really don't seem like it. Might have to change a little bit.
Jeremiah Kendi used to travel nationally and compete at the top level fishing as a professional, but decided later in life, I want to go home, be home, hang around here, and all the folks at Lake Ouachita were sad to hear that. They may like Jeremiah Kendi, but he has taken a lot of money from them and jumped in the Bassmaster Open, was only fishing this one, Kyle. Wanted to fish just his home lake, wins it, and says, I've got time, I'm gonna sign up for the other two so I can go to the Bassmaster Classic.
I'm sure that him fishing the last 2 Opens in this division is a happy sight for the locals of Lake Ouachita. Maybe get him away from some of the local tournaments. I can say that from experience fishing against him on Lake Ouachita and Hamilton. You certainly don't want to see his name or his boat at the ramp in the morning.
He didn't have the lead on day one, but a pretty good bag, 19.7, and kind of coasted from there with a couple 16-pound bags.
Got started on that final day fishing a lipless crankbait, catch a 3-pounder, and we knew he was going to be in it to win it.
What's that like, Buddy Gross, winning in front of your home crowd?
So I seen a boat in the background there. That was Gossett back there on the bank. Look right behind him.
Zeke came into the day in 10th place. Also a Coosa River kid, Pell City, not far from where we are. Yui Aoki got his debut. We already broke the ice with him, seeing a good fish come in the boat for him earlier this morning. He's moved up from 9th place and unofficially in 4th so far.
And he's made a move here. He's really close to the dam now.
Trains are coming.
That's always a good sound.
I asked our friend Jackie, who is one of the service technicians that gets these guys' boats up and running if there's any issues. Called him last night, said, Jackie, how good is Yui's English? He said, what English? He's not great at English, but he has came to America to pursue his dream of fishing professionally and following in the pathways of so many like Kiyoyu Fujita, who recently has done that, Taku Ito. There's so many anglers, all, Kenta Kimura, Marizo Shimizu in the past. We've really seen a good Japanese contingent, and they have really shown their skills when they came to the States.
Yui got off to a really slow start, to 185th in his first event, and then
Lake Okeechobee is probably much different than anything else. We have another international angler, Danny McGrary from Canada, I believe.
Not as good as I thought, but back on the same program. Took them a bit to get out there, but
you know, those Japanese anglers too, they've had to deal with a lot more fishing pressure over there than what we've ever seen here. It's kind of transitioning that way. We got so much pressure on the lakes now. Those guys are so far ahead on this finesse fishing that they're kind of teaching us all some new tricks.
Well, and that's one of the most interesting things to see, you know, as a fan of the sport and a fisherman myself. I love watching the Japanese anglers fish because they're always doing something, like you mentioned, a little bit different, you know, whether it be tackle, approach. There's always a lot to learn when you get Croix or Yui or anybody on camera.
Man, we've seen fish catches from the base of the dam to the base of the dam, one dam to another. Logan Martin Lake on the Coosa River. Saw Josh Butler put in a good, quick limit, a baseline weight for him. We know he's done his job, 3 limits in 3 days. And he has a 7-pound lead right now over Emil Wagner. We're going to get out to him, Tucker Smith, Garrett Paquette, and more, waiting to see their responses to the early action this morning. We'll be right back. Today on Fox, the United Football League takes center stage as the Houston Roughnecks battle A.J. McCarron and the St. Louis Battlehawks at 3 p.m. Eastern. Then tomorrow, it's a doubleheader as Arlington battles Michigan, followed by San Antonio versus D.C., all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Who you got in that one? You believe in A.J. McCarron? I know he went to, you know, a school you don't favor in college, Kyle Jesse, but Betty Gross is pumping for the Tide.
Absolutely. AJ's the man.
All I know is those St. Louis fans show up. I've seen some of the videos from Twitter and things of that nature, and
the Battlehawks bring it.
They have proven that they care about that team, and that's been really cool to see.
They love their football, and Josh Butler loves the Coosa River. A couple big victories here on Logan Martin and would love to win again this week, and he is our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
This right here is just an eco rig, Berkeley Maxcent 5-inch baby bass, and weights have been varied, but this is a 3/64 ounce, and I'm using a size 1 hook with a VMC crossover ring, and that's what I've been catching the majority of my bedding fish on this week. It's been a real key player for me. And then another key bait for me, especially today, it's just a standard 3/16 ounce shaky head with a Zoom trick worm. It was a really big player for me the last 30 minutes of day 2. I caught 4 of the fish I weighed in on this bait, so real big player possibly tomorrow as well.
That's your Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Josh Butler, and we've seen him utilize a swim jig this morning, but this is his game plan too, knowing that, Kyle Jesse, those 2 baits he mentioned will come in later in the day when the water starts flowing from the dam.
Absolutely. It looks like his plan this morning has shifted entirely. You know, it seems like the last 2 days he's ran up the river, and it looks like, you know, today he ran down and capitalized on a shad spawn. Maybe had that in his back pocket.
Yeah, I think he said he had like a big loss, you know, like 14 or 15 pounds yesterday in the morning. So he's just getting bonus fish right now. I think he's gearing up for the kill here in a little bit.
Oh God, there he is.
That's awesome.
So much for not wanting to stop your topwater. I think his topwater was just sitting out there still.
I think he seen how big it was and he was worried.
He was distracted by the white bass schooling downriver, as you can see over his shoulder.
He's making extremely long casts. It seems like he's taken a really, really long time to fight these fish. And buddy, we mentioned earlier about how strong these fish are. The further up the river you go, the stronger they get, because they live in that current all year round, and they are extremely strong, and they fight hard, and they're hard to land.
Yeah, they're like Arnold Schwarzenegger when if he grabbed into your line when you get up there in that river. I mean, they're strong. I couldn't wait that long. I'd have to be skinny, man, probably.
Oh, got him hooked weird.
That's a good thing. He's got more hooks in him.
How can something so fun be so stressful?
That's what a lot of people don't understand. You know, as an angler, you get in this situation where you're vying for another win, and you got so much going through your mind. His heart's beeping 1,000 times a minute, and muscles start tensing up. I mean, there's a lot goes on when this is happening like he's going on right now.
God, I got him hooked in the side. He ain't huge, but I need him.
Also, at times when you lose these fish that might be in a schooling mentality, it can mess up.
Yes.
Some of the fish, if it swims back and they don't school like they were, so you don't want to leave anything to chance, especially if you don't have them hooked in the mouth because they had bad aim.
In spots, to be so aggressive, they have some of the worst aim there is on top water.
That's cool. That part's cool.
You get to actually take a breath now.
Boom. Spotted bass, Coosa River spotted bass are freaking awesome.
Not a lot of current at all right now. He's sitting still. Trolling motor's not on spot lock. He's just kind of sitting.
My spook was just sitting there and heard whoosh, and I look over there and it's gone. Golly. Awesome. It's got me shaking and I don't even see.
The rain's about to move out of that area. The whole storm hit overnight and it's clearing out.
Good start to his final day. As like we said, from dam to dam, you can go north from Lincoln Landing to the base of the Neely Henry Dam, or you can go all the way down south to where the Logan Martin Dam spits into Lay Lake. And that is where two of our top competitors this week are Kiyoya Fujita and Yui Aoki. Out with Fujita here, a two-time Elite Series champion in just his first 13 Elite Series events.
Oh, Yui's making a lot of moves too. If you notice, he's already up above Koya right now.
Kiyoya already starting strong today with a 3-pounder and another fish in the boat, unofficially up to second place. And earlier this year, Buddy Gross, he kicked off the first event of the season for the Elite Series at Toledo Bend by breaking 100 pounds and winning his second Elite Series title.
Yeah, he was showing people how to do it right there for sure. It was an area that he had a little bit of company on the first couple of days, but by the end he had lots of company and there was lots of fish in this area, and he sure did exploit it.
Wow, beautiful.
That final day flurry from him after we kind of lost a little confidence. Day 3 was very tough. He had to evacuate his area, go find another spot to catch some fish at. On the final day, he caught a few and then rotated to a backup area he had discovered, and boy, did this area produce them. You could see the same background over and over because they were loaded in there, and it was a fresh wave of giants. 28 pounds, breaks 100 pounds for the Century Club. His second one in the end of last year and the beginning of this year were victories and Century Clubs for Kiyoya Fujita.
Matched Patrick Walters by doing it in smallmouth and largemouth. And added our 10th Century Belt fishery with Toledo Bend.
Again, he's not making cast till he sees something to cast at, which is pretty cool. I mean, like, these guys are taking this forward-facing thing to such a new limit and teaching us all really and truly what they're doing, and it's pretty neat.
And at times they can be, you know, weight-wise, head and shoulders over other anglers and other techniques, but it's cool to see, you know, the meshing of shallow fishing and fishing in current versus fishing out in the abyss, all equal, about the same weight here at Logan Martin this week. Glad to have you here in Bassmaster Live today. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here with our Elite Series Pro analyst guest, two-time champion Buddy Gross. Kyle Jesse joining us from the Bassmaster headquarters in Birmingham, made the run up. And obviously we have Mike Sukant, as usual, in studio with us, bringing the stats and info. Guys, good start to the morning. But Kyle, you said right off the bat that there's going to be a morning bite, but the afternoon's going to be big for some anglers.
Absolutely. A lot of the guys that are fishing offshore, the current really, really dictates that bite. Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner, some of those guys that are fishing down lake. Obviously, we've seen Koya Fujita down there with Yui Aoki as well. I think that later in the day, once that current kicks on, that bite could really, really heat up.
Buddy Gross, you were here in February. Fish is much different now, but tell the fans at home what the state of Alabama does in May. We have a lot of different stages of the fish, what they're transitioning to, and it seems like a lot of things are going on still at Logan Martin.
Absolutely. There's still a little bit of this spawn thing going on. Not a lot of people are talking about this. Water's coming up. It's been coming up all week. It's trying to stabilize. It'll push a lot of these fish to the bank that wanted to spawn. Then you got the shad spawn going on, so you got a little bit of both. So these guys are going to transition a little bit to this spawn once the sun gets out, I think, because I think the front's clearing out. But there's a lot of fish live here, largemouth, spotted bass. I think it's going to show out before the day's over.
We'll keep an eye on the generation currents as well. When they start releasing water from Neely Henry or releasing water from Logan Martin, that can start firing up a bite. Such, what have you been looking at? Because Evan Kung's doing great in the AOI, and I know you're keeping an eye on that.
He increases lead. We have 5 new guys in our top 10. And the age has gone back up. You kind of nailed it this year when you talking about last year we had the average age of the 9 EQ guys who came to elites is 24.8 years old. This year we got some of those veterans in there. It's up to 30.2 years old. Right now, top 10.
Yeah.
Long way to go.
Couple former pros that are trying to make their pro debuts on the Elite Series next year, and we're seeing some of those big names come in to the top 10 today, and also some very, very young anglers, the next generation. Some guys actually in the top 10 in our points are graduating college today. Congratulations to them. Next step of your life is right around the corner through the Bassmaster Opens to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Been a good 3 days here at Logan Martin, and we're glad to be wrapping up Bassmaster Live today. And the kayak series, the Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series, May 18th through the 19th, just a few weeks from now. Lake Gunnersville, just up the road, about probably an hour, maybe 30 minutes or so probably to Lake Gunnersville, Scottsboro, Alabama. You can scan that QR code to know more about our kayak series. Get in on the action if you want to compete with the best of the best.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live, here for the 4th stop of the 2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7 here at Logan Martin Lake. Our live coverage today is brought to you by Maxim Tires. Excited to have them on with B.A.S.S. this year. They're the title sponsor of the last Elite Series event we just had at the St. Johns River. Here's our updated leaderboard. Jeremiah Kendi making a move. Emil Wagner been waiting until the end of the day for his bites, but has 3 early fish. Not the biggest in the world, but a good start for him. Kyle Austin, good start. Yui Aoki moving from 9th to 6th. Other anglers in the mix, Danny McGarry. Tucker Smith falling from 2nd so far. Waiting to really get his stay started. He's reliant on current as well. We head out to Logan Martin and we see how our anglers are dispersed on the map. We're going to go up towards the base of the Neely Henry Dam, where Jeremiah Kendi and Zeke Gossett have made their living this week.
I wonder if he's fishing across the top of a shoal, or if he's got him a flat, or what he's got up there.
He made the comment last night that it was a shoal that he was focusing on, so you're exactly right.
There's there.
I bet that's a
Oh,
good one.
yeah. That's them ones. They're still sitting there.
He changed up his bait this time.
Come on, baby. Be nice to me.
Dragging a jig or a Carolina rig or something.
Boom.
Carolina rig.
That sucker.
He's catching some nice
No
fish when he
ball
gets
and
a
chain
bite.
going. Huh? Number 3.
Such a pretty fish, too. Those Coosa River spotted bass are just beautiful fish.
Dang, we got 4.
Jeremiah's had a better morning than he thought. He thought he had 3 keepers. He's got 4 keepers in the boat.
You got to be careful with that. I've made that mistake before.
Hopefully. I'm going to put him on number 4.
Jeremiah's weighted 9
Dang,
spotted
that's
bass and 1 largemouth. And he said it was yesterday, the last 20 minutes of the day. He ran down south a little bit, caught a largemouth, but was able to be 5th place coming into the final day with all spotted bass. Josh Butler I believe, having all
$2.99.
spotted bass except for that 713 largemouth.
Thank you. You one of the ones that missed my topwater, sucker. Number 4. Which one's number 4? Oh, Whitey.
I wonder if he's already had some misses this morning.
Jeremiah alluded to it this morning, but he made the comment to me last night that he really wanted to get to that 13, 14 pound range early in the morning to allow him to go downriver, like you mentioned, Ronnie, and try to hunt for a big largemouth. He quoted, second place sucks and first place is awesome. So I'm going to go fish for largemouth late in the day. He's going for the win.
Which is very interesting as well, because Josh Butler is probably doing it opposite. He gets a good limit of largemouth. He may cull some of those out with spotted bass later. Jeremiah's now up to second place.
Half my crap.
That's his biggest fish, almost a 3-pounder, about an ounce shy.
Yeah, he's on track to get him a good limit for sure. But if you notice this thing, that bite kind of snuck up on him. Most shoals, you coming across those things and you can't tell a lot of times if it's a fish or the shoal.
Pretty much. And I keep missing it and not biting it as good as I want them to, so I just swapped to a Carolina rig. And I caught one on my first cast, and I just had another bite and missed it. So hopefully we made us an adjustment to get some of these sucker bills in the boat. I sure like catching them on this single hook better than I like catching them on that top water, because they just jump and throw it, and lost so many daggum fish this week. But right now I'm just throwing a baby brush hog on a Carolina rig. 3/0 round bend hook.
He might like the Carolina rig better, but I like him throwing the top water better. That's the viewer aspect of it versus the angler aspect of it.
I like both his baits, so a little bit of old school in there, and they catch giant fish.
Talked about the diversity of anglers. We got some from countries like Japan, some from Canada, and some from countries like Alabama. Danny McGarry being our Canadian contingent today in our top 10.
Some Newcastle, that's up where the Johnston brothers live, around Bowmanville and Cavan, Cooper Gallant.
Canada is well represented in all the Bassmaster stuff for sure.
Speaking of Newcastle, Ronnie, that's your summer home there over his shoulder, correct?
That is actually. I sold my firstborn so I could get that house as a summer house. That's not true at all. As Kyle Jesse has a brand new position at B.A.S.S, so you might be in the market for one like that, about that size on Logan Martin, maybe on Smith Lake, huh? Depending on how big that job title is, who knows? From Danny McGarry over to Kyoya Fujita. 2 fish in the live well, and we know he's got a 3-pounder to start his day.
He's seen something he liked. He's backing up.
Three.
Not a big one, but you can see how tight the leaderboard is. It moved him from 6th to 4th, just adding that 1-pounder right there.
Does he have his breakfast on the front deck with him there?
I think, hey, you should have saw what he had at the Bassmaster Classic on the front deck while we were live with him. He had a whole smorgasbord there for him, and we were getting a little hungry on the set watching him. No wasted moments, no wasted efforts. There's a high efficiency in Kyoya Fujita's boat, whether it's casting at fish every time he makes a cast or choosing specific times when to eat, and everything is calculated. And so we head over to the Michigan man, Garrett Paquette.
He's a Century Belt winner on the Elites.
He is. Former Elite Series pro, trying to get back to the Elite Series.
Yeah. First, welcome back to Bass life for me. I think it's been almost 3 years, which is pretty sad, but feels good to be back. So morning's been tough. I changed up a little bit this morning. Tried to catch a big largemouth for the first hour. Went and fished some water willow, shortgrass, stuff like that with a swim jig. I think I had 8 bites. Caught 2 little keepers and 1 short. So that didn't work, but to me it's worth the risk because the largemouth are so much bigger in here. Although they're hard to come by, you catch one that's 3.5, 4 pounds, you get way out. Now we're kind of, we're gonna start working on some of our spotted bass stuff. I got a couple really good schools upriver on shallow ledges with, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of fish, but they're current related or they're current driven, and we have 0 current today. So I went and looked at those, there's nothing there. I think they said they're gonna start the water around 2, which it's been a little early each day. I think the last couple of days they said 1, and they started at like 10:30 to 11. So we're really banking that water comes on early again. If it starts at 2, you know, those schools probably aren't gonna fire for me. But if it starts like 12:30 to 1 like it has been, we'll have a good end of the day. But now for the next few hours, I'm gonna kind of hop around these little secondary points, main lake points. A lot of gravel, there's a lot of, I should take that back. There's a bunch of gravel points, these pockets where the threadfin shad are spawning, and spots are on there. And then main lake clay up there, you kind of see that red clay. There's some gizzard shad spawning in here, and there's some really big spotted bass up here trying to eat these gizzard shad. Although they are really tough to trick. Like I'm looking at some right now, and man, they're super keyed in onto what they're eating. But if I can get a couple bites on these gizzard shad spots, we can have a really good day. So that's the plan. We're just gonna kind of hop around, feel the lake out, and see what happens. I mean, it's a great day to, you know, be in the final top 10, and it's a fun lake. So it hasn't been too exciting so far, but if things go as they have, it should be an exciting day. You know.
Garrett Paquette may be a younger than most, but he is a veteran, formerly on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He started his own college fishing team at Schoolcraft College and was very dominant in his time, and got to cover him on the water there. And when he made it to the Elite Series, he had a good year or 2 there, and in 2019 at Lake Fork, a lot of things came to fruition for him. Found an offshore spot, and that was a lot of things going on. I mean, we had offshore fish shad spawn, we had sight fish, and he chose the latter, where the fish were headed for the summer and breaking the 100-pound mark, but didn't get the win. Lost by double-digit poundage to Brandon Cobb. But the difference really was the 11-pounder that Brandon Cobb caught. That was basically the difference in the tournament, but Garrett Paquette with a top 5 there and a Century Club that no one can ever take away. Congratulations to him a few years ago, but he's not happy with that. He wants to make it to the Elite Series, and you see some guys, Buddy Gross, we'll get into it when we get back, but guys who aren't on the leaderboard right now, we wonder, are they not catching them? Well, he tried plan B. We'll see him get to his plan A when we come back. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Logan Martin Lake on the Coosa River. The question is, can Drew Benton repeat on Lake Murray? Because next week, the Bassmaster Elite Series will head to Lake Murray in Columbia, South Carolina for the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, May 9th through the 12th, and we'll bring you live coverage every day of that event. And Lake Murray is one that was highly anticipated last year, and it did not disappoint. What a great event it was. Drew Benton he was leading after 2 days, fell all the way down to 10th after day 3, and then jumped back up and won the event on the final day. And Buddy Gross will make sure we'll get you shipped out of here in time to get there for practice for Monday. So we appreciate you taking time to come and be with us here this week, but we definitely have some fun stuff in store for us next week.
Yeah, I can't wait to get there. It's going to be a great event.
Out to Tucker Smith. We saw him kick off our year with a 2nd place finish at Lake Okeechobee. He's a 3-time high school champion with B.A.S.S, a college champion, team of the year. And he is now on the board. If he can get this one in, it'll be his first fish of the day.
He's another one of them young guys that's going to be something to contend with before long. already is. But I mean, like, he's coming.
This is your early scouting report on what you may have to compete against next year.
Yeah, I like this. I'm getting to see what all they do, so I'm kind of taking notes over here.
He's not that big, but I'm playing him like he is because he's barely got it.
He got healthy in the EQ points after this event. He was 29th. He had been 6th, and he had a pretty bad tournament. Now he's 13th right now.
A lot of anglers struggled at Santee Cooper, Kyle. There was some big switches and shifts. And we had debated on how many anglers would have turnover in our points race this weekend. Would you say, Such, 5 new ones in our top 9?
5 new in the top 10.
Top 10, okay.
I tell you what I'm most impressed with these young guys is the hair. I just like to have some of the hair they got.
Oh, you like their hair?
I mean, come on. I mean, I'd give anything to have some flybacks.
She was living across the street, and that's where I found her, right here in Pell City, Alabama.
That was Zeke Gossett. He's another one of our high school All-Americans from back in the day, a college team of the year as well.
Nice fish.
Oh my God, it's
A little more topwater action with the buzzbait there. I think we can all agree would be all in favor of seeing some of that.
Absolutely.
Finally on the board.
Good thing if they get on a buzzbait too, you can actually cover a lot of water in a hurry and get you know, your percentages are going to go up when you can cover that much water. I like where he's at. I've been there personally. It's a great little spot right there.
That's the way they're supposed to take it. Let's see here. Didn't clear out my scale from yesterday.
Started the day in 10th, Zeke Gossett did, so this one will keep him in 10th, but good that now every single one of our anglers is on the board.
Pound
Him and Tucker
3/4.
Smith.
Pound and
When I first seen
3/4.
that thing, I thought it was like a 3-pounder. It fooled me.
All right, get to turn on the live wells. So let's put them on this side.
Watercolor looks great too. Coast River don't have usually it don't have that kind of color to it, but that's a look like a Tennessee River color to me.
I remember making the run. It's not always the easiest run up towards the base of the Neely Henry Dam. I think we've covered, this is our 7th B.A.S.S event. When we say that, it's Elite Series Classic and Opens, top level stuff. But we've had plenty of high school, college events, and our inaugural Kayak Series event was here in 2020. And so I remember actually launching right by where Zeke just caught that fish so that I didn't have to run all the way up the river.
That is not large at all.
That's bait.
That's a dadgum largemouth. Trash fish out here on my stuff. What is he doing? He's not gonna make the grade, but they gotta be 12 inches, I think. Ow, I got a keeper. I don't even want to keep him, but I got a keeper. Crap, little largemouth. I've ate sandwiches bigger than that. What are you doing out here, dude?
I had one cost me. I kept one like that down at the St. John's
spots eat this
a few weeks ago, and it wound up costing me because it didn't make it.
You can put him in as 2 ounces.
I had a couple of fish I could have culled with would have got me in the top 50.
That's 5, ain't it?
It's hard to keep one like that when you're catching quality sometimes.
Then we know how fishing is the second you throw back a keeper without having a limit.
Man.
Is the second that you don't get a bite the rest of the day and come in with 4.
It happens.
Crap.
But I mean, sometimes you got to make that gamble.
No doubt about it.
Crap is that?
When you're in a position like he is to have a chance at the win, if something was to happen to a fish like that, it makes a big difference.
I heard that
That's
at the
pretty
weighing
cool.
stage this week.
Oh yeah.
That's some bad luck.
Rarely do you have a guy say, I had one largemouth in my bag today and it was half the size of my spotted bass. It's the smallest, but we know that Jeremiah's on plenty of fish so far, so it's worth putting it in there because he knows he might take it right back out in just a few minutes. And
got 5 for 9.11 right now, the biggest bag of the morning.
Trying to cut into that deficit and that lead that Josh Butler had over the rest of the field as we head out to Emil Wagner.
Yeah, he's been quiet this morning, but I'm expecting things out of him today.
Very young angler, very good fisherman as well, great with his electronics, and he's from the Lake Lanier region of the country and outside of Atlanta.
Which that area now is growing some of the best scopers there is too. I mean, those guys are getting to do it 24/7. So I mean, it's all year long.
We said Emil got off to a great start.
School moved.
Three
We put
quick
the boat
ones.
down and they were right here in front of us, which isn't the best, but
3 quick ones, and that's number 4.
hopefully we can still pull some out.
So off to a great start in the tackle warehouse. EQ points as well, Ronnie. He was 11th after the first event, 7th. Knocked down to 44th. This one, he's getting a little bit healthier. He's back in the 20s.
You're allowed to have a bad one, but you don't desire to have a bad one because of how good these Opens pros have been. You can't really slip, but with it being earlier in the year, like they say that it doesn't matter if you slip in the first event or the last event, a slip is a slip, but when you do it in the third event and you got 6 more events to make it up, that's a little bit better than falling short in the final event of the season and losing so many points.
Yeah, but fishing 9 events on this EQ deal, you know, they get a little bit of a chance to slip.
Yeah.
Back whenever we were doing it, fishing 3 or 4 tournaments,
For
I mean,
sure.
you could not have a slip.
I used to say you'd have a bad event. Now you can't have a bad hour, it seems, at times.
The way we're jumping around to these guys fishing offshore, it seems to be like the bite may be picking up out there a little bit.
Not a big one, but number 3.
Looks like the conditions are changing, as Such mentioned. You know, that front pushing through there, kind of starting to see the sun pop out. Buddy, like you mentioned, it seemed like it could help position those fish offshore.
And we mentioned
They'll start looking up a little more, I think, whenever it happens.
And we mentioned it, Garrett Paquette. Slow start to the day, but it's because he started 6.5 pounds back. He said, I got to go try to make something happen. If I can catch a big fish early doing something different, maybe I can then do my program. We now see him, hey, it didn't work out, but it was worth the risk. I'm getting back to my program, and Garrett's putting some fish in the boat, hoping to move up from where he's positioned right now, unofficially in 8th place. Josh Butler's still with the lead. It's been as large as 7 or 8 pounds. It's down to just 4 over Jeremiah Kendi. Welcome into the 4th stop. The St. Croix Bassmaster Opens here at Logan Martin Lake, presented by 7 here in Lincoln, Alabama. Brand new facility there at Lincoln Landing. Fantastic place to have a tournament, and this has been a good week so far. Been here a few times in the Opens. It took about 38, 39 pounds for 3 days in the fall when it's much tougher. It took about 45 this time of the year, about a decade ago. And we're on track for that. Josh Butler would have to have his worst day by far to have 45 pounds for 3 days. So we're expecting somewhere from 45 to 50 possibly. Everybody else behind Butler's got their work cut out for them. We got to show you Emil Wagner catching his 4th keeper of the day. He caught 3 early, and then we just saw his 4th before the last break, and we wanted to replay that and show you what he was looking at under the water with his Garmin Live Scope during that fish catch. So this is a replay from earlier. Buddy, what's he seeing right there, middle of the screen?
Right there about 35 feet, you see his bait and the fish falling in behind it right there, and he's fixing to get the hook up. That one actually swam down, but he's looking at a brush pile or a grass clump up there in front of him and all those little white dots sticking up on the bottom are fish. So he's got quite a few fish in that area. There goes his bait falling down. There's the fish coming up. It's trailing it. See, it just didn't commit.
Off. Yeah, it tailed off.
He's probably dropping it back down to these other, there it was.
Oh,
Just
there it
kind
is.
of a
Yep.
delay.
Yeah,
He
just a little
hooked the
delay
fish a little bit before, but that's what it was. One swam off, he dropped it back down to another pile of fish, and another one come up to get it. So that's a cool thing about spots. They're so aggressive. One don't like it, another one will get it.
And you can see them dotted up on the bottom there, some of those other fish that are just hugging tight to the bottom.
Put the boat down and they were right here in front.
Yeah, he's got plenty of fish to catch right there.
Back out with Emil Wagner live. And yeah, I remember now, it's good to see that feedback. We saw on the fish catch, he's reeling his bait, and then he clicked his bail open and let it drop, and we got to see that in action.
Yeah, so we started off on a shad spawn, caught a few nice ones on a spook. I haven't weighed them yet. I think 2 of them are over 2 pounds. Nothing too crazy, and fished there for a while, hit another spook hole, no bites. Cranked around, threw a frog a little bit, and now we're back down the lake throwing a Demiki rig on some of these ledge fish. This spot here I haven't even got to hit in the tournament. There's been boats on it every time I've tried, but the school kind of moved, and when we pulled up here, kind of got too close to him, messed it up. Still caught one, but our next stop here right down, just down the lake, is where we've done almost all of our damage. So they really don't bite there till noon, it seems like. Sometimes you can catch a few, but I'm gonna go hit it, see if there's anything active in the morning, and then if not, we're gonna mess around, fish some brush. I've weighed in 1 or 2 out of brush every day. My biggest one the first day, like a 3.5, so we'll do some of that. Probably mess around down here, and if we're lucky enough to catch, 5 3-pounders, which is about maxed out on spotted bass, we'll go back shallow and try to catch a big largemouth. But that's pretty much the game plan as of now.
I like his plan. I think with that front clearing out a little
A
bit,
lot of
these
little
fish will
bass
start
in this
looking
lake,
up a lot more.
tiny ones. Like this is a big one if he'll bite.
We'll have to see if that comes to fruition, but yeah, a lot of anglers have talked about how many fish are in Logan Martin, that there's, good signs of decent spotted bass, some big largemouth, and then the new spawners that are, the smaller bass, those 8, 10 ounces, 1-pounders that are going to grow up to be bigger fish, that there's a good population here as we head out to Ioki just moments ago.
Another thing you notice is how many rods he's got scattered out right there by his feet. That's how many options he's giving them when he finds one that he's able to throw at.
It's our 4th limit of the morning.
That was moments ago, and now we're back out live with Ioki.
I think I can hear the cicadas in the background. Y'all hear that?
Oh yeah.
That has been a big feature. David Brown wrote some stuff about it. We've seen some anglers posting the cicadas. This is the year of the hatch, I think, or something.
Yeah, I mean, they stay dormant for a long time and then they come back, but I don't have any at my house. I live so close to the woods. If they'll come around, I'll get to hear them all night long. But right now, we don't have any. But I know Alabama is to eat up with them.
It's two broods supposedly coming out, a 13-year and a 17-year. They haven't had them both come out the same year since 1805.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's just in certain regions.
Right.
You may get yours in May. Maybe coming, buddy.
Yeah, I'm really waiting for the sun to come out. It's coming out now, and should take a couple hours or maybe even an hour to get those fish positioned where I want them. Gosh.
Yeah, that sun's going to make these fish really position up, and these guys are going to be able to take advantage of that.
Get those fish positioned where I want them to be.
These young guys
Once
and
they're
the knowledge is
positioned
just crazy.
on that offshore stuff, I'll be able to catch them. But just kind of swimming around right now, and there's a lot of bait, so bait needs to clear up a little bit.
Kind of what he's talking about is, they're not shad spawn morning time bite. They'll all be scattered out everywhere, but as the sun comes out and gets higher, it'll put a bunch of them all back up together. And then the fish aren't roaming as much. They're kind of sitting tight to cover, and they're actually getting ready to take the bite. And
but I'm not stressing because I know what happened the first day, and I know what happened yesterday, and I'm catching them about mid-morning to afternoon, so we'll see.
Tucker Smith's been Mr. Consistent, 15-12 and then 15-11.
Those kind of days keep you right there in the hunt everywhere you go.
It's also the maturity of some of these anglers, like you said, these younger anglers that are
Kinda
skilled.
nipping it right now.
You can be skilled, but mentally not be prepared for the moment. And these guys never get, it could be 1 o'clock and they got no fish or one fish, and they still stay ahead in the game, and they understand it only takes five casts. It could be a 10-minute window, and you have the weight that you weigh in for the day.
Yeah, but a lot of that's because they've been fishing so long in high school, college, and all this time, they've gained that patience.
And that's the thing Ronnie mentioned earlier with Tucker. I mean, he's accomplished everything possible in the sport up to the point of the Opens, you know, with the high school success, and success would be putting it lightly. You know, college success, and then obviously early success even in the Open. So definitely prepared himself for the moment.
Yeah, let's just tell people about that. Our Bassmaster High School Series for a few years back, 2018, Tucker Smith burst on the scene with his teammate Grayson Morris. Grayson was the elder of the group, and there's young Ron right there. I was way younger than I am now, at least, you know. I was in my early 20s when he won his first championship, backed it up the next year with Grayson. They went back-to-back at Kentucky Lake, were able to win again. And most of these wins were dominating fashion. They dominated for sure. The third year, Kyle, he switched it up. Tucker was the elder, and Hayden Marvitt was his younger, and they were able to go 3 in a row.
I was there at that tournament, you know, the third championship win, which just seems crazy to say, but you could tell just watching them there in person. I mean, it was a well-oiled machine. You know, they didn't have to take any coaching, anything from their coach or, you know, their boat driver. He just sat there and watched, because those guys were well ahead of their age at that point.
And then he's gone on to win $1 million tournament with Elite Series Pro Logan Parks. He's won Team of the Year. He won a college national championship last summer. Tucker Smith, one to watch in the Bassmaster Opens, but they're all chasing Josh Butler today. Tomorrow on FS1, the NASCAR Cup Series gets ready for 400 miles of full throttle action in Kansas. The pre-race kicks off things at 2 Eastern, and then the green flag flies at 3 Eastern tomorrow on FS1. Ooh, who you guys got? I became a big Ross Chastain fan since I met him at the Bassmaster Classic, but Truex has always been one of my guys. He's a fisherman at heart. I know Kyle's a big Kyle Busch fan. I think it's just because y'all share the same name.
Kyle Busch always got a chance. He's always got a chance.
He's got a chance for something, for sure.
Welcome back to the Bassmaster Open here at Logan Martin Lake. 4th stop of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open season. One of our veterans, still a young angler, but a veteran of the sport. He's fished on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's trying to get back there and to the Classic. Garrett Paquette. He started with a different plan to try to catch a big largemouth, make up some weight, because he started 6.5 pounds behind. That didn't come to fruition, but he's now going to his main pattern. He's starting to put some fish in the boat.
But nobody really caught a giant this morning, so that kind of opens the door a little bit. Everybody's still got a chance and staying kind of close. I'm a little bit surprised our leader's staying a little bit quiet.
Keeper number 4 for Garrett Paquette. Michigan's finest, representing this week, and we got to talk to a lot of our great Opens anglers this week at Logan Martin, whether they're thinking about winning this event, trying to make the Elite Series, all the goals that are out in front of them. We got to meet up with them at the dock for Tackle Warehouse Dock Talk.
So coming into this event, this is honestly probably the tournament I was most excited for. I've only been here 2 half days, but just caught a bunch of fish, a bunch of big spotted bass. So coming here, I kind of figured, you know, that was going to be the deal, is trying to find these bigger than average spotted bass.
You know, you really got 3 different sections here at Logan Martin, and then you consider the fact that it has Coosa River spotted bass and largemouth. There's lots of things at play, especially this time of year when the fish are transitioning from the spawn to a shad spawn to a brim spawn. Fish are moving offshore, and the water has recently come up 2 foot over the last couple of weeks.
Tackle Warehouse Dock Talk. Got to hear a little bit from Russ Lane, former Elite Series pro, who knows the Coosa River very well. Just missing a kicker bite. Seemed like he had just like the difference in, I think Randall Tharp mentioned it, the difference in 100 spots was a 3-minute late penalty and a 4-ounce fish penalty. And so you can't give away pounds like that. And so it was so tight from check range down to the 130th place spot. So,
you know, a spotted bass lake is a lot like a smallmouth lake. If they're all such a, so close to the same size that just ounces will separate a bunch of places.
When you look at the leaderboard, if there's one angler that over 2 days had 23.12, there's usually 3 or 4 anglers that also had 23.12. Extremely stacked weights, and the difference in one fish can mean who knows how many places. I mean, like you said, up to 100 places.
That's why that big 7-pounder is so large.
Oh
in this
my
tournament.
gosh, the
Good catch rates this week. 90% got their limits. 176 both days. Average fish has been just around 2 pounds. Both days as well, but that's 7-13. That's almost 3. 4.
Well, and that shows you everyone's catching a limit, and if the average fish is about a 2-pounder, 10 to 11 pounds is going to be the norm for most guys. And so if you can get 11 to 12 pounds, like Kyle was saying, you have 23.12 for 2 days. You're tied with a couple people, but you did make a check. You jumped in there. But I was very impressed. It took about 14 pounds a day to make the cut to fish today, and that is fantastic weight for a spotted bass and a river. And like Russ Lane mentioned there's so many things going on. You've got the spawn where the bass are still spawning in some places. The shad are starting to spawn. This is a current-driven place. And the lake has come up 2 feet. It was low when practice started. It got to full pool. And obviously now they have to control the water and make sure it doesn't get much higher than that. And so there's been a lot of changes these anglers have had to deal with day to day.
And I think the water coming up like it is, I think that's repositioned so many fish, and it's still repositioning them during the tournament. It's actually moving some of these fish around on this lower end especially.
Kyle Austin mentioned that he had a shallow brush pile deal going in that 6 to 10 foot range, and that was what his day 1 key was. And then day 2, that was not going. So he went even shallower, and those fish had started to progress. They got to those brush piles for one day, and the next day they were already gone even shallower with that water rising.
And being able to keep up with those fish is key. And if you can keep up with them, that's when you really elevate yourself up.
The water level has certainly played a huge factor in this tournament, because I mean, you think back to last year on the Elite Series going to Lay Lake, just a lake down on the chain, and things were a little more stable. You still saw some bedding fish here and there, but that water coming up really affects how those fish react. I mean, a lot of those fish, talking to EQ angler Matt Adams this week earlier on, a lot of those fish will refuse to spawn until that water comes up.
That's a big one.
Start to see a little
That
bit
thing
of a delay
comes
there.
straight off the bottom after his bait.
60 feet out in front of the boat.
Yeah, toad. There we go. Bam.
Yeah, right now with those other fish he's seen down there, he can't wait to get out there fast enough.
All right, now we gotta wait.
To the point that you made earlier, it looks like those fish are certainly starting to set up more rather than just run around.
And not only is that, we were talking about Emil kind of hovering around. He had 3 fish early this morning and then went quiet, caught his 4th for us just a little bit ago. When you have 4 for about 8 pounds, 7.5, 8 pounds, you're on track to have a regular bag. Yep. But then this is your kicker fish. This is your 5th fish so far. And this isn't even the best time of day for his pattern. Emil's off to a good start. We'll have to keep an eye on him for sure.
We
I
were
think
dead
he came
on
into
that one
today
earlier.
in
He said it
4th.
was 1 3/4 pounds. That's exactly what it was.
We're going to get a good, he's weighing all of his fish. The 1 3/4 is not the one he just caught. That is one of his other fish this morning.
He must be keeping his fish in his phone.
If that was me, that phone would definitely end up in the live well somehow or another.
The long, skinny one.
This one might be his first fish of the day, that two pounder, 2 and change. Maybe more.
Scale turned off.
That's another thing. These spots, they fight around, kick around. Hard to keep the scales accurate whenever they're doing that too.
So this is to set the scene this morning, folks. He caught these fish and he was trying to catch them quick. So he put them in the live well and didn't weigh them. Now he's getting it. Now he has a limit. So now he's seeing what his small one is, so he can cull much more quickly. He's wasting time now, in people's opinion, but it's so the next cull and the cull after that, he can get his smallest ones gone quicker.
He's got a couple right at that 1 3/4 pound range.
Yeah, but his time of day is coming too, and after what I just saw on that screen, he's got a lot more set up right there where he's at. He's like, actually, that while he's actually doing this, he's letting those fish kind of set up in a position he wants them in, so it's really not hurting him as bad as what people may think either.
I need another little window to open up. Well, I thought I was going to go on a little flurry there for a minute, and I caught one good one and a small one. White bass were schooling everywhere, and it was looking good, feeling good, and then all of a sudden, the south wind kind of picked up, and they just went down. I don't know
What's
what
weird
really
is
happened, but
he's still cloudy up the river, and the lower end already got the sun shining.
Seems like it's been this way all week. There's like small little feeding windows, you know, and they last 10 minutes sometimes, 15 at best, and then you'll go through lulls. So we are currently in a lull.
There's Josh got the top water out again.
But it can turn on at any minute and you can catch 2 or 3 good fish. I think I'm fixing to make a move and go check out one of my deeper spots and then come back to this here in a little bit.
When we're looking at the overview of the map, if y'all notice too, there's nobody back in the creek. Everybody's on the main lake, which is surprising.
So what I'm gonna do is go fish that one spot where I caught that 3 3/4 yesterday. I'm gonna catch 2 of them. See. And it was a breeze just about like this when I caught them. If that matters.
Both our Japanese anglers are up in the top 5.
We expected probably for them current less important when you're that far south. We're talking dam to dam. You're talking about how it was raining on Jeremiah Kendi this morning and how it's still cloudy there, but it's sunny down like that's 50 or 60 miles difference, and you're still in the same body of water from somebody at the bottom end of the lake to somebody all the way up the river at the base of the dam. So we're seeing the different things factor. So no surprise to see those guys far south get a good start, but when this water starts flowing, you'll start to see some of those mid-lake guys make their move up north, and some of these northern anglers already be here to capitalize when that water starts moving. And it's good to hear after radio silence with Josh Butler, our leader who caught a limit early, got to see his adjustment, his game plan, throwing topwater more in the river now than he was. After that first 3-pounder, Keoya's only had 2 small ones to go with it, 1.5 pounds and a pound. If this one's not getting swung in, it might be worth a watch.
Bigger, huh?
Yeah.
Number 4?
Number 4. What?
Keeper number 4 for Keoya Fujita. He might be on the same program as Emil Wagner, where his 5th one is going to be a good one. We will see, but plenty of life. There's another good fisherman. That's a professional fisherman right there, Kyle Jesse. A couple professionals lining the banks.
Yeah, they do it for a living.
That's what capitalizing on the shad spawn looks like, just from a different perspective.
Shad are spawning. There are some bass spawning. Fish are feeding up for the summer. All that and more at Logan Martin. We'll be right back after this quick commercial. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here on a Saturday in May. May the 4th be with you. The St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, sponsored by Minn Kota, Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. It is May the 4th. Look at this. This is a great weekend. May the 4th, you got Cinco de Mayo tomorrow. It's a great weekend to be on the water, watching bass fishing as well. Logan Martin Lake, site of the 4th stop of the Bassmaster Open season. Coosa River, such an iconic, you may not know the names of some of the individual Coosa River lakes, but if you're a bass fisherman or you're in the state, Coosa River is one of those rivers that puts out a special breed of fish that is one that you have to come and fish at some point in your life.
And hang on, because they do fight. That should give him a limit now.
Should be keeper number 5, which he went for a long time with 3, and when we went to commercial break, he caught number 4, and now he's just catching number 5. So he may have found a new school of fish that are willing to bite. It seems like these guys at the bottom of the lake have rotated. These guys are normally really patient on schools of fish, but it looks like they have rotated a lot more than they usually would.
Mills moved up to 2nd.
Yeah, that 7 or 8 pound advantage Josh Butler had after catching a quick limit is slowly dwindled to 5 to 4. Now it's 3 pounds almost on the dot.
1 and a quarter.
Vegeta's the 6th man to get his 5-fish limit today, and he's in 4th place. Top 4 now within 4 pounds of Josh Butler.
We also mentioned, we talked about international anglers. I think Emil Wagner is from Denmark. Is that right, Kyle?
Born there, yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I think he's from Lanier. That's where I hear from him a lot. Or hear about him. Tucker's hooked up again. Yeah, looks like it might be a decent one.
Nice spot.
I think you're seeing this because a lot of these fish have quit roaming and they're pulling back down where these guys can actually target them now.
You know, a young angler is just good overall, Kyle, when I can't really think, you know, he's from Birmingham, Alabama, but I can't really put a finger on what would be his home. Is it the Coosa River, the Alabama River, the Tennessee River, Smith Lake? Like, Tucker's, like, it just doesn't matter. Like, it seems like he does good a lot of places.
You know, we talk about time on the water a lot, and I think that's one of the things that's made a lot of these young guys so successful. And I can say from my perspective, you know, every time I go to any lake, it seems like Tucker Smith is there. You know, whether it be Lay Lake, Logan Martin, just about every time I go to the boat ramp, which is not a whole lot these days, but when I get the chance to, it seems like Tucker Smith is on that body of water. I think he definitely fishes all of them, but the Coosa River, I think, is what he considers home. Logan Martin, Lay Lake, those are 2 of his favorites from what I've talked to him.
Something cool I noticed, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but his bait pile right back there on the floor, if you can see the bait pile, they had some nice baits sitting in that bait pile. Some familiar baits hanging on the hanger when he opened it up, some hair jigs.
I think what these traveling college guys have learned as they meet the other anglers from different regions and they get to go fish, they get put through their paces of tournaments on different parts of the country. So I think they're learning as they go during the college year.
And I'll say back in the day, it would be, you'd see a college team and there would be a leader of the boat. One guy who's the star of the boat and his partner who is his best friend or adequate, whatever. And
That's a good one.
now we're seeing guys, you got two bona fide studs as a team, and it's like, how are you going to compete in college at times if you're not staying on your game?
Used to when I had people. I'm trying to let him talk if he's talking, but when I got started, everybody used to ask how you do this. You know, I never fished as a co-angler. That's how you learned. But these college guys are learning from each other. They're sharing, helping, especially if you're on a college team. They're learning how to do different things with baits. I know when I went to my first professional tournament, I didn't know what a drop shot was or a wacky worm. I didn't even own a spinning rod. So I had to learn the hard way, and these guys have such a jump on us.
I think they learn, obviously, talking to other anglers at other tournaments, but just within their own school. I mean, all these powerhouse college teams have anglers from all over the place. You know, I mean, the Bethels, the Montevallos, the Auburns, they all have anglers from across the country.
Montevallo's got like 50 guys, and teammates now in the EQs, Bo Browning and Easton Fothergill, and they're both knocking on the door to get to the elites.
Yeah, one's from Minnesota, one hails from Arkansas, and they both fish in Alabama. And so it's very interesting. You think about Tucker Smith and Hayden Marvitt, college teammates who won a championship last year together, and they're both fishing today in a championship Saturday, a top 10 of, you know, one's in Chickamauga and one's here at Logan Martin. And so it's just, you split them up, they're still just as good as if you kept them together.
And then his other college partner, you know, just happens to be a current Elite Series pro in Logan Parks, just qualified last year through the Bassmaster Opens.
Out to Kyle Austin he's hooked up live.
Good one.
Oh!
Right in the seat. Small spot of bass.
But like you're talking about, bringing all that knowledge from across the nation and putting it in one spot. You know, those guys sit around and just got to bouncing stuff off their heads and off the walls, and I mean, like, they're just making better anglers.
100%. They're ate up with it, that's for sure.
When you think about it, back in the day, buddy, you would do your best to get out there and not miss a Saturday of fishing. And that's what we just took as like Saturday, you're either fishing a tournament or practicing for a tournament. And now it's like, if I have 3 hours on a Tuesday evening, I'm gonna go try to just graph around, or I'm gonna go catch one and just learn more. And it seems like it's just like basketball. When you had high school, you'd practice 1 or 2 times a week, and now it's AAU, you have practice in games 4, 5, 6 times a week, you know?
And I'm envisioning that these guys, when they're getting, you know, on their off days and stuff, they're probably putting 2 or 3 in the boat and learn, you know, extra. And I mean, they're actually out there learning all week. It's pretty cool. I would give anything to have had that opportunity.
Emil Wagner with that 2.5 pounder last catch, and he had a 210 right before that. He's got our biggest bag today, 11 pounds, cut the deficit, Josh Butler, to a little bit over 2 pounds.
It's anybody's game. I didn't see what Kyle caught that fish on, but it looks like he might be fishing some kind of structure right here.
He's been doing a couple bait rotations. He's thrown a shaky head, he said. He's also thrown a free rig, so there's a couple, you know, bait caster applications he's done, but also some spinning rod on these brush piles and stuff.
I've started playing with that free rig a little bit. It's got a place.
Now, we went to Jeremiah Kindy. We saw Josh Butler up there near the Henry Dam. Is that part of his plan? Has he been up there every day?
He has, absolutely. That's what he's done the last 2 days. So today's game plan, you know, we see him swimming a jig and fishing shallow, trying to capitalize on what looked like a shad spawn. The previous 2 days, it seemed like he had started his morning up from takeoff at Lincoln Landing and kind of worked his way up towards the dam, obviously, which is where we just saw him recently.
Butler still in the lead, but his 5 fish only weigh 8 pounds total.
Croix is moving fast.
Small.
The quality seems to be in that mid-lake area. I don't know if y'all noticing or not, but it just seems to be in the mid-lake.
Seems like a bite window has just opened up as well.
Yes.
No question.
Yo-Yo Vegeta making some upgrades. Kyle Austin now 1 fish from a limit. The standings, this is where the next ball game, there's 2 ball games in a day, when everyone finally gets their limit and then what you do after catching your limit. Butler got the first ball game out of the way early. Emil Wagner just did the same. Yo-Yo Vegeta with a limit as well. Jeremiah Kendi also. Others are still forming game 1. Others are making their adjustments on how they're going to win the second part of our day. It's still early though. The morning bite is still prevailing for some anglers, and we'll be right back from Logan Martin, the 4th stop of the year. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here on the famous Coosa River, Logan Martin Lake. The St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7 Live, brought to you today by Maxim Tires. We appreciate their involvement with B.A.S.S this year. Guys, we're about 3 hours into the fishing day. In 2 minutes, it'll be 3 hours that they've been gone from the ramp. So we're getting close to halfway. Just 3 out of 8 hours for these anglers.
I don't know if you just noticed that on the map, but Gossett's gone up way up one of those little creeks.
I'm thinking that had to have been his boat we were watching there leading into the show. Looked like he was going way back in a backwater area.
Jeremiah's gone downriver just a little bit from being where he was to start the day.
I think he's back on another shoal, same kind of deal, just a little different area. Don't hear the cicadas up in the river either.
There we go.
That 8 ouncer better get ready because he's about to go back into the lake if this one gets in the boat for Jeremiah Kendi.
Not huge, but better than what I got. Get rid of that little pickle.
If nothing else, just the peace of mind to get that small fish out, buddy, like you mentioned.
That hurt.
You know, when you're trying to come from behind and win, you can't afford to have a fish like that, you know, die on you and have to keep it for the rest of the day.
No.
That is a B.A.S.S rule. If a fish in your live well does not make it to the weigh-in alive, you cannot release him during the day, so you have to keep that fish. Affects the way you cull going forward and everything like that.
Pound and a half. 169 on that. Number 3. Where you at, little pickle?
It'd be pretty difficult to find that little one in there in the live well.
I think it went on its drain plug. It was halfway to the back of the boat.
Yeah, I have that problem often here. Like I catch a lot of those small ones.
Oh, buddy. Everybody goes through those lulls, and we've seen some anglers in the opens have a couple tough ones, but when you think about guys like Emil Wagner bouncing back, had a good start to the year and a miserable Santee Cooper event, but back in it again this week. So we're checking out his electronics view as he's trying to catch some of these spotted bass. As his bait's falling, you see at the top of your screen 40, 50, 60 feet. That's the marks.
Good one.
He brought that one off the bottom all the way up to 5 feet, and then it ate the bait. That is amazing.
Wow.
Don't be a stripe.
I'm very familiar with this area he's fishing. It's got a lot of fish in this area.
This is a spot. It's a, oh yeah. Golly.
He's about convinced it was not the right kind, and it is. That's exactly what he needs.
Got some live drone as well from our guy, Wes Miller out there.
Yes, sir. Come on. Dude, they're biting this morning.
Got a little above, below, and in the boat with Emil Wagner. We get to see his electronics and what he's seeing.
It's got to be.
See him hook up and see it from the skies as well.
That's a 3-man view right there.
That's going to be a good upgrade as well for him. He just caught his 5th fish just a few minutes ago. That was his best of the day. Then he catches his 2nd best of the day to Cole, and now this is probably in that same territory. And he's going to be one bite away from pulling even with Josh Butler.
You say 3-pounder?
I think he did say 3.
About a 1.25 pound upgrade.
He's going to be pushing it.
Get him less than a pound away from the lead.
Emil Wagner was one of the anglers that was very, very vocal about the timing being a critical aspect to the bite windows, like we've talked about so much throughout the morning. Yesterday, he checked his best school 3 times before they would set up correctly and could get him to bite. You know, he'd see fish scattered around, and it would take him a while to set up correctly. And Buddy, like we've mentioned earlier, later into the day, sun gets up, current starts rolling a little bit later. It could really go down for Emil.
Yeah, I think his bite's going to keep getting better all day long.
That's about a 1.25 pound upgrade. He's about 2 behind, so he'll be less than a pound back.
But Butler's day seems to get better in the afternoons too, so he's still got, he's still sitting good, and his bite's going to pick up. It's just going to be a matter who gets that key big bite today.
Speaking of our leader, Josh Butler, let's go jump in the boat with him and see how he's doing. He's made his way upriver more to a place that he has relied on a lot this week, using Coosa River knowledge, knowing currents, when to be one place, when to be somewhere else, and see if Butler catch some of those deeper spawning possible spotted bass.
So far this morning, we started out close to the ramp, got on a pretty good shad spawn bite. Didn't last very long, but we got 5 in the box, 8-9 pounds, somewhere around in there. We got one decent one. It's right around 2 3/4. The rest are 1-pounders basically. But we just made it up to our primary area. Started just down. First cast, missed one on a fluke. Had it hooked up for a second. Not really sure what happened. And then first cast with a spook. Hooked up and broke me off on the rubble. So, but we just got up to where we've been catching the majority of our fish. And we're just gonna sit here and kind of drag around. They're not going to turn the current on, I don't think, till 1 o'clock. So we'll got kind of mixed feelings about that. The first day they turned it on at 9, second day they turned it on at 10. And there seems to be like a little afternoon bite around that 12, 1, 2 o'clock window, which I know I'm not gonna, we gotta be in at 2, so. When they turn it on at 1, that ain't gonna give us very long to fish, maybe 30 minutes. Then we're gonna have to head back in. So is that gonna be long enough to get them to set up? We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that. I think we can drag around in here. Hopefully some more moved up overnight as far as spawners. And if they didn't, hopefully there's a few left still.
I like what he's done though. He's gone up there and got himself in position.
Pretty confident we can sit here and do this all day. If we can catch one about every hour, we'll be in good shape. So a lot of confidence in this area. I mean, this is where I've caught 95% of my fish.
Josh Butler said he won the inaugural Alabama Bass Trail event here at Logan Martin and would love to do that again this week. A lot of big dreams for Josh Butler to maybe make the Elite Series.
That's the limit. I just wanted to trust my gut. I've got a lot of history on this place, and practice, it wasn't the best. It kind of clued me in. I knew the fish were there. I just had to go and put it together and figure it out. But my main goal this year was to qualify for the Elite Series. I happened to lead the Bass Pro Tour last year, and the goal was always, you know, being an elite angler, fish Bassmaster Classic. So, you know, I could knock one of those out tomorrow if we go out and catch them. So, and then that would have put me in a great position moving forward with 5 events left to reach both goals. That's number 5.
Josh Butler, it's always good when you have hope that both of your goals or a couple of your goals are still in the forefront of your opportunity. And like he said, if he wins today, he gets to go to the Bassmaster Classic next year. And good work put in, Kyle, as he's jumped into our top 9 for the points race. As we head to another guy put in good work this weekend right outside qualification currently, Kyle Austin.
Yeah, there's something to be said for positive momentum. I mean, coming off of a win at Santee Cooper, like we mentioned earlier in the show, obviously didn't get off to a great start this season, but it's easy to turn things around, and once you get it started, it's sometimes hard to stop.
Kyle Austin, I believe this will maybe be his limit fish. Yeah, he's got 4 in the boat right now. Not his biggest, probably his smallest of the day, but that would be number 5, so it's the most important as well until he can upgrade and cull out.
Yeah, he's pulled off the river a little bit in a little of a backwater pond here a little bit, but it's,
They're not big,
I know where he's at, but there's potential for a good bite here too, though.
Close to 10 pounds.
Like what these guys are doing.
I think he just said we'll be close to 10 pounds. That means a couple of his fish are a little under-guessed, I'd say, because that one isn't much bigger than 1 pound. Kyle Austin, we might have to bump him up to maybe 4th place, 3rd place possibly, depending on how big his bag is. But he's got a limit now. Most of our anglers in the top 10 have a limit, just 3 hours into the day. 5 more hours to go. Current's gonna be key, and making decisions on where you are is just as important. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Live returns here to Logan Martin Lake for the first time since 2018 for the Bassmaster Opens, the fall of 2018. The last time we were here at this level of tournament action, Justin Atkins took the title there. Somebody's gonna win this week and be able to punch their ticket to the Bassmaster Classic at Lake Ray Roberts, Fort Worth, Texas next year. Buddy, you gonna be at the Classic next year?
I'm working hard to get there. I'm telling you, I've dug myself a big hole, but we're gonna try to dig out of it all week.
Stacking a good day of fishing back to back to back. That is what each of these 10 anglers has done this week at Logan Martin as we head out to Jeremiah Kendi, the winner of Lake Ouachita, the 2nd Open of this year. Looking to go 2 for 2 on the number of opens he's fished and the number of opens he's won.
That's a pretty stout resume. There's one.
Crap.
Very familiar with that bait.
Saw something like that come into play for Will Davis's win at Lay Lake last year as well.
Large. I do remember that.
Coosa River Lake, just 1 lake south of where we are.
I don't remember if I tagged him or not. Dang, he was better than I thought, I guess. We'll just see which one. I know it's the first one I caught. It's this one. Come on, man. All right, let me see about the tag. I think.
Still amazing. It's cloudy up in the river and sunny down at the bottom.
For a second.
Somewhat sunny. You can see a lot of thin clouds
Might
up
get
there.
interest in here.
Oh.
They're here. It's just a timing thing. This morning they weren't here, but now they're showing up.
Talk me through it. What's going on?
The sun's getting up and it's getting hotter outside, and the shad left and the fish are starting to group up, so seeing a good bit down there.
Tucker Smith putting a good fish in the boat there. Starting to see some things change, Kyle, on this body of water with the shad leaving. It does make the fish might be 10, 15, 20 feet down. They don't know the sun necessarily came out, but based on the shad leaving, it makes them change. And then obviously if current flow begins to happen as well.
We talked about it right off the bat this morning with the shad spawn about how quick it can happen. The same could be said for what Tucker Smith and Emil Wagner are doing, fishing offshore. Once those fish get grouped up, it can happen really, really quick.
Not the biggest, but it should cull since his smallest fish is about the minimum that it can be this week, can be a keeper.
Little one. Hi.
Gary had 5 fish for 4 pounds on his bass track.
Oh, well.
So that might have been
But
his biggest of the day.
yeah.
It might be his biggest of the day then. Hey, some guy's smallest is some guy's biggest. It just happens that way at times. Kyoya Fujita looking to cull up as well.
Three-quarters of a pound put him over 10 pounds for the day. He had our nice bag on day 2, more than 16 pounds.
We head to our leader, Josh Butler, who gave us an update that he had made his move up here, had lost a fish, was waiting it out.
Still fishing around. We got a lot of activity going. I mean, there's a few fish busting here and there. So it seems like they're kind of active still. So we're trying to throwing around a spook a little bit. Now I'm throwing a swim bait. Just trying to get a feel. It seems like every day's kind of been different. They've kind of been roaming in different areas. So still just trying to feel my way around right now, settle in and kind of gauge on how this is going to go. But we're going to head back in here. There's a lot of rocks, and that's what these spots seem to be spawning on. So we're going to slide on back and see if we can't pick up a few of them.
With that current not running up there too, those fish are roaming, but a lot of those roaming fish he's talking about, if you can hook up one of those, there's going to be some of the bigger fish up there. So I think he's doing a good job of covering the water while he's waiting on that water to get turned on.
A little discouraged as well, knowing that 1 o'clock they may turn on the water, but like Garrett Paquette said they would turn it on later yesterday and it came on earlier. So that knowledge and hope may drive some of those current dependent anglers that, hey, they said 1, if I get it any time before there, I can really make hay. Josh Butler, your leader for the time being. His 6-pound, 7-pound, 8-pound lead earlier today unofficially is now less than a pound. Emil Wagner, Tucker Smith, Jeremiah Kendi, Kiyoya Fujita, they are all hunting Josh Butler down. His initial limit has kept him on top, but now Butler needs to make a move this afternoon to extend his lead. He's still in the driver's seat for now at Logan Martin. Bassmaster Live returns here at St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, the 4th stop of the year at Logan Martin Lake, presented by 7. Lincoln, Alabama is our host, and our live sponsor is Maxim Tires. We appreciate them helping make all this possible this year. Brand new partner with B.A.S.S, and we're excited to be a part of what they're doing as well. And Logan Martin Lake has been putting out plenty of fish this week and pretty good weights as well. And now the leaderboard is as tight as it has been since they left the dock on day 1, Kyle Jesse. We saw that 7:13 early from Josh Butler, and he's kind of had the lead in theory the whole time since then, but now we're within a pound.
We've talked about it all morning, but that giant that he caught on day 1 goes a long ways. Obviously, we don't live in a world where you take that fish away, but if you did, this would be a completely different top 10 right now.
Yeah, everybody in the top 10 except for 1 has a limit now also, so they're all catching fish, and now they're trying to get it to upgrade. Garrett's hooked up here.
We have not even seen but a handful of around 4-pounders though. So a 7-13, almost double that.
So I switched to a crappie jig, which I've never thrown before. And I've made 2 casts with it, and I've caught a catfish and a keeper. Yeah. I have no idea who even makes it or anything, but I know it's 2 inches long.
Crappie jig.
But there's a bunch of fish right here, and I'm gonna.
Ironically, though, talking about little baits, there's some of the guys that crappie fish on Chickamauga Lake, and they'll fish into the bridges, and they're catching 10-pounders
pretty good.
every
Even
year
the
on
catfish, I don't mind catching because they've been feeding on the exact same stuff the bass have. I've caught a ton of catfish this week. £7-pound limit, or not even 6-pound limit, smallest of the tournament. There you go. That's how it's done.
Oh, look, our Tucker's in 3rd with only 4 fish. I thought we had 5.
Right, 4.
They're all cute today. So far. I don't know if that one will help.
Is that a spot or lucky?
You can tell from that angle. Gill plate looks like a spotted bass.
Small fish, but a small cull. We head back down to Emil Wagner. He started the day in 4th place. He's now up to 2nd. He's within a pound of the lead. He's definitely put a couple good fish in the boat quickly today. After he caught 3 real quick, and then his 4th, 5th, and first 2 culls, those 2 have helped dramatically for his day.
I'm sure he's looking at right now a pretty good pile of fish sitting there. He's just trying to get one of the big ones to fire.
Fish. And then yesterday, or the first day of the tournament, I came here early, didn't catch much, and then came back at noon and caught all my weight except for one of them. So it's definitely the best spot I have right now. And then we just pulled up here. We caught a 2.5 and a 3-pounder. So it's nice to catch some here early. Kind of a bonus, honestly. And yeah, we're just working down it. All right, worked down it once. Now we're working back the other way. And we'll probably go hit some brush after this. It's just all it is just a big flat. This is a crappie, I bet. No, little spot. Little drum. Haven't caught a drum this week, and we got 2 already. But no, it's just a big flat off the main river, and they're all set up here right on the edge where it comes up in like 15 foot. And there's a bunch of bait on it. You can see them every now and then. They'll shoot off the ledge and go into the bait, but pretty much catching them all related to the bottom. And you just have to make a really good cast. They're super tricky to catch, honestly. You really got to time everything perfect, but happy with the start for sure. There's no pressure today. The points are pretty much already made up for the tournament, and we're a few pounds out, so just enjoying it. It's fun to fish here without all the boat pressure, that's for sure. There's boats running all.
Emil Wagner giving us a breakdown of his spot, and man, he obviously, after a tough third event, 2 great ones, a big bounce back this week. He made up the points like he said, and he is our Mercury move of the tournament so far.
Yes. Yeah, winning this would be nuts. I honestly forgot you go to the Classic till you just said that, and that'd be sick. I honestly, this wasn't one I necessarily expected to do this good in, and I'm honestly just super, super happy to be in the top 10. If we can get out of here with a top 3 or even a win, that'd be incredible. Because like I said, I don't have much river experience, and I learned a ton this week in practice, so I'm just gonna catch everything I can catch tomorrow and let the rest be what it'll be.
There he is, Emil Wagner. Not a big move in the standings for 4th to 2nd, but he has closed that deficit, Kyle. That's the big thing. It's not 4th to 2nd, but how many pounds he was down to start the day to now he's within 1 pound of taking the lead.
You heard him say earlier, I mean, those fish that, the fish that he's caught this morning, he considers a bonus fish. His afternoon bite has been significantly better. That's kind of the name of the game with Logan Martin, is obviously get you a solid limit of fish. Obviously, everything he's got in his bag is over 2 pounds right now. Catches a 4 or 5 pounder doing this, and it changes a lot.
You're not topped out when you think about spotted bass, but there is kind of an upper weight that you're going to unless you catch one of those unicorn 4 or 5 pound spotted bass at Logan Martin, which a lot of people have caught, but they catch up the river when the current's flowing. So I wonder if we see Emil make a move if he catches, and he has 15 pounds and they're all 3 pounders, if he starts to make some adjustments there.
It makes me wonder too, getting the chance to talk to some of the guys last night, which of the top 10 guys will try to move towards largemouth earlier or later on in the day just to try to make up that gap.
That's a good one.
If you're consistently catching 3 pounders though, it's kind of hard to chase that a little bit because you never know when that 4 pound spot's going to jump in there too.
Certainly.
Ooh. It's acting like it might be a good one. Smallest fish is 1.4.
These things do not give up either.
You got 2 of them.
Let's take our time.
Voice is reminiscent of Brandon Lester's.
It ain't that big, but it's more than what we got. They're healthy though.
Some of them Arnold Schwarzenegger
That's
fish
what
up
we've
there in
been
that
catching.
current, I'm telling you, them things are mean.
It's hooked twice. Power pole down real quick. You can see that that fish has got a little bit of a bloody tail. Still fat. Pretty small.
It might not be traditional, but he's talking about spawning spotted bass that may spawn deeper and may take longer to finish the spawn than others, but you can't really be that shallow when you're that far up the river with how much current will affect you, the water level rising and falling. The only place of consistency for these spotted bass may be a little deeper. Patience is paying off for Josh Butler. First cull of the day for him, and it was a decent upgrade for sure. He'll extend his lead just a little bit. When we get back, we'll be able to see that leaderboard update, but it's Butler, Wagner, Smith, Kendi, and Fujita in our top 5. It's the final day here at Logan Martin, and someone's going to the Bassmaster Classic. Welcome back to Logan Martin Lake, somewhat central, maybe central eastern Alabama. Lincoln, Alabama to be specific. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens brought to you by 7 Reels, and the live coverage this week brought to you by Maxim Tires. 4th stop of the season, Kyle. We've seen the points race. We see how close and tight it is. This is almost the halfway point of the season. If you haven't caught them yet, you better start catching them, because guys like Josh Butler, who are in our top 10 today and the points race, aren't going to let up. Emil Wagner with a big comeback this week. Tucker Smith, also a big comeback this week. Kyle Austin right outside the top 10. And then you get a little sprinklings of Jeremiah Kendi, a winner. You get Elite Series Pro Kyoya Fujita. A lot of names that'll keep you from the top of the leaderboard if you're not careful.
Absolutely. This is the time of the year in the Tackle Warehouse Elite Qualifier standings where you really need to start making your move. Obviously, you get down early in the season, you know you can kind of make up that deficit with some solid finishes, but this is the middle part of the season, like you mentioned, where you really want to start making your way up the leaderboard to have a chance.
Kyoya Fujita. It's very interesting how he works his bait compared to others. Many anglers have their rod buddy, you know this, you can speak to truth on this, have their rod pointed at the fish directly where they're at. Seems like he lays it off to the side, has a little bow in his line where he can keep the bait moving, but it's not, it's maybe a more natural presentation possibly, but there's some different subtleties to it.
I think, you know, him laying it over to the side too, if one's catching up to him, he's got more slack to give it if he needs to. You know, it's kind of like fishing the swim bait the way we used to, hold it over to the side just so you could give him a little bit to get the hook into him. It gives him a little bit of time to let the fish get the bait before he pulls into it, I think. I'm really watching that, kind of the places he's looking. He's looking at real high percentage areas. He's in the mouth of a bunch of pockets coming together out here, out close to the river. You see right there all that?
Yeah.
All those fish funnel out right there. I mean, he's fishing some really good funnels, and if you start watching where these guys are setting up, they're all really fishing high percentage areas.
Over to Tucker Smith, also on the main lake, a little farther south, I do believe.
So he's still one shy of a limit, and he's sitting right there in a good striking area.
I think he is, yes. 4 for 8.5.
Just gonna run a bunch of places till I land on them and find them where they're, you know, in the feeding mood. I think it's still a little early for some of these places, but I'm just trying to see if I could pick one off. But yeah, we're just gonna keep bouncing around till we find a good group of fish that are hungry. So it should happen soon. It's getting about that time. These fish have been pounded all week from a lot of boats, so they're not easy to catch, but if you get a bite, it's usually a good one.
What's worked for you and helped you out this week with your top 10 last day?
Honestly, just fishing by gut instinct, I would say. You know, I spent a lot of time out here on this lake, and I really just running by the seat of my pants and hitting places that I think would be good, and trying to fish a little bit differently than the way that other people are fishing them. So we'll see what happens here in the next couple hours.
We talked about the struggles from some anglers that they had in March at Santee Cooper, but this guy started out with almost maximum points when it comes to the Bassmaster Open at Lake Okeechobee. Started the year off in Florida, and oftentimes we're seeing technology impact tournaments, but you're able to find your own water. And Tucker Smith, fishing in the Rim Canal, the Rim Ditch of Lake Okeechobee, found his own water. If you're not a good shallow water Florida fisherman maybe, or you didn't find a good pattern, you can find some water now with the technology off the bank. And he did that, Kyle. And buddy, obviously watching this footage, a couple guys keyed into this to make the top 10.
Yeah, over the years, you've seen several guys go in that canal and catch fish, but now that you got the technology we do, you can actually chase some of these big ones around and really make it work, and he did it to the best I've seen in a long time.
I got the opportunity to cover Tucker in that tournament, and it was eye-opening. I mean, you know, a lot of those areas that, you know, Scott Martin and some of the other top anglers were fishing were heavily pressured. A ton of boats, most boats I've ever seen in an area type thing, and Tucker Smith had that nearly all to himself.
We head out to another angler in our top 10 today, Kyle Austin, our winner at the last event at Santee Cooper, his home lake. He's been fishing some shallower brush piles, but a little bit off the bank.
Yeah, there's several little low humps and high spots right here. It's got nice brush on it.
Digging.
He said big one.
Those are the ones we need. How about that, dude? Those are the ones. Need to calm down.
Good fish for him. Gonna be an upgrade for sure.
That's a solid one though. Pound and a half upgrade.
Pound and a half upgrade, not too shabby. 2.5 pounder for him there, roughly.
Fourth angler over 10 pounds today.
Buddy, I know he's using bait caster a lot of time, but we've seen two fish now he's swung in the boat have came off mid-air. What's that telling an angler like you? They're biting it funny, maybe he needs to downsize a little or be patient before the hook set?
I think, you know, more than anything, it's probably, because he's getting some really good hook sets on them, he's probably tearing a hole in their mouth. And when they're starting to shake, when he gets them out of the water, they're actually throwing the bait. But I don't think he's doing it wrong as long as he keeps pressure on them. Of course, I say that, I lose a lot of fish too, but you go through the averages and you start realizing sometimes maybe you just ease up a little bit and it probably wouldn't tear a hole, maybe. He's catching them more.
Have you noticed there being a difference between spotted bass and largemouth as far as tearing a hole like in their mouths?
Largemouth seem to, you know, a post-spawn largemouth, their whole body gets soft. I mean, once the water temperature starts warming up. Typically, spotted bass's mouths are tougher. I see a lot more with largemouth. Largemouth post-spawn really scare me because they're so soft and they tear. Yeah. But Tucker's got his 5th fish there, so he's gonna jump up too.
Back in second place, if it's over 2 pounds.
Post-spawn above 72, 73 degree weather, I really try to ease up on hook sets and try to get that as many hooks in them as you can because it does seem to tear a lot more.
Looks like a good one there from Tucker Smith.
Yeah. What'd you say, 2 pounds, Such? You'll put him in second?
Yeah, that looks to be a little bit over.
But he's a fish.
Looks to be all that. Maybe 2 1/4.
These young guys with these hats remind me of my grandfather's hats. I mean, they're so
all the
old
stuff
school,
from old
flat.
school
Yeah.
coming back.
It's crazy.
Hey, how about this? Josh Butler started the day with a 3-pound, 5-ounce lead over second, about a 5-pound lead or 4-pound lead over third. We now have the top 5 all within 4 pounds of Josh Butler. So what was once a bigger lead for Josh 5 anglers all within that weight as we hit the midway point of our day. Butler going to try to hold on. He made an upgrade just a few minutes ago as well, and we'll see what he has in store at Logan Martin. Today on Fox, the United Football League takes center stage as the Houston Roughnecks battle A.J. McCarron and the St. Louis Battlehawks at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Then, tomorrow, it's a doubleheader as Arlington battles Michigan, followed by San Antonio versus D.C., all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Continuing our coverage here at Logan Martin Lake, the 4th stop of the season, Coosa River, one of the 6 lakes a part of the Coosa River. Emil Wagner making a move, getting a little sustenance. He's heading to his next area. This might be the time of day, Kyle. About 4 hours into the fishing day, you got 4 hours left. This is about the time as well that the water is kicked on the first 2 days. You think some guys are making a move at least closer to know, hey, that water's about to kick on.
You got to think these guys are thinking in the back of their heads, once that transition happens, the current starts running, they want to be in their best areas, the places they think that they can really upgrade, because once that happens, like we've mentioned a handful of times today, it can happen really fast.
And Emil may not be heading upriver. Some of the other anglers might be. Jeremiah Kendi, Josh Butler, guys like that. Garrett Paquette probably going to head up north at some point.
But you hear these guys already talking too. They're already looking at their stuff, still thinking it's early, and they're still catching fish.
Yeah.
So that tells me that they still got a better bite window coming.
And how many times they're going to go and stop on the same spot to give it another shot. We take a look. It looks like Yui Aoki over the shoulder of Tucker Smith. Yui just showed up.
Tucker's got one behind it.
Oh, I got one of the big ones. I think this might be a tank.
I know the forward facing is getting a little bad rap, but I think it's harder to get one bite you can see trying to bite it than it is to see one or catch one that's not, that you don't know is there.
Big spot.
This could be a game changer for Tucker as he's now moved into second. This could move him up even closer, maybe take the lead from Josh Butler.
It's a big spot. Oh, come here. There we go.
It's definitely gonna be bigger than 112, but I don't know if it's a...
He needs a 3.5 pounder to get even with Butler.
That's gonna be a good one.
Mm-hmm. Good one. Fatty. It's a bunch down there that size, but they're tough to catch.
It's a nice fish.
3.5 would,
yeah.
2 3/4.
2 3/4, so it's not going to give him the lead, but it'll get him within probably half a pound or 3/4 of a pound of the lead now. About a pound upgrade for him. That is a huge deal. And like we mentioned, a 3-time high school champion with B.A.S.S, a college champion, team of the year. Been in the bracket twice and came up a couple fish shy of Bassmaster Classics. He would love to do that here.
Awesome being able to travel around with some of my best buddies and be able to fish all those different lakes. You know, we get to travel to some of the most amazing lakes in the country when I did that, but now fishing the opens, it's really exciting. This is what I'm doing full time, so I'm fishing these tournaments, taking them super seriously, and trying to catch as many big fish as I can, try to make it one day.
A lot of anglers have the same goals, and Kyle, you got to be at the day one weigh-in before you headed here to join us in studio. And what was the vibe of some of these anglers like Tucker that you maybe got to talk to?
Obviously, after a tough event at Santee Cooper, I think they were just happy to be back in the hunt. You know, I mean, when you have a tough one like that, when you fell way down in the Tackle Warehouse Elite Qualifier points, you really want to bounce back. And, you know, being that it's his home lake, a place that he's fished a lot over the course of his life, you know, a lot of guys were happy. Emil Wagner, same way, jumping back in there. You know, the young guys were certainly happy after a tough event there at Santee Cooper.
That 213 gave Tucker Smith 11-11 on the day on Bass Track, 10 ounces out of the lead.
They're making it sporty for sure.
Yeah, Josh Butler, he would have lost the lead if not for that latest upgrade that he had, a pretty good upgrade up the river. He's okay, he's calm, patient, understands he's gonna probably cull out a couple of his fish. He said, if I get a bite every hour, I think he said that about an hour and a half ago. So he's got one fish in the boat since he said that. He's willing to wait it out, and 1 or 2 more bites, Kyle, he'll get around that expected weight, 45 pounds, 46 pounds for 3 days. He obviously got 20 of it almost on day 1, but he's able to protect that 20-pound bag.
We've talked a lot about Tucker Smith and Emil Wagner, you know, counting on that late day bite. Obviously, Josh Butler yesterday on day 2 really needed a late day bite because he lost a lot of fish early in the morning, and he capitalized late in the day as well. So like he mentioned earlier, if they can turn on the current, I think that's such a good visual there. Obviously, he's just off the main river where he's fishing, but you can tell the water's so still, the current is not truly running yet. And once that happens, again, it can happen really fast.
Yeah, he's sitting just inside that little backwater area right there, but the current's just right behind him when it does kick up, and it'll probably push more fish to him in that area if it happens. But I do think he's fishing for spawners right now on some of the shallow bars.
He made the comment after day 1 that those fish that live up the river only have so many places to spawn when the water's down. So, you know, once the water gets up, you know, it might not be sight fishing, you know, traditional bed fishing like we're used to seeing. But like you mentioned, a lot of those spotted bass are, you know, according to him, are waiting to spawn until the water gets up. And that's, I think, what we're seeing a little bit of now.
And these fish that are up the river aren't going to swim 20 miles to go down and spawn where water level's not as big of a factor or current's not as big of a factor. They have to find their way. And so, buddy, what would you say in May when it's 80 to 90 degrees and those fish are maybe just pulling up to spawn? It could take them a day or 2 to do their whole spawn process. But for these deeper fish, they can hang out for a week to get it done.
I think these spotted bass will fish in some of these eddies too, like just behind a big boulder or just a conglomerate of rocks, but they'll make a little sandy spot behind that stuff, and when they find that spot, that's where they're doing their deal. But they're raised and born and right there, so they're used to it, so that's what they do. And I've seen it on some places on the Tennessee River where you'll find that place that's in the current, but just has an eddy, and they'll just do their deal right there. Even largemouth will do that.
Two Central Alabama anglers here. Josh from Hayden, Alabama.
Pretty much locals to the lake, and they're battling it out. And it's going to be interesting to see because they're really both doing 2 different things. But both of them have an opportunity to showcase their deal.
So I was on the water. I was on the water in 2018 at this event at Logan Martin and watched Justin Atkins win it. Josh Butler was in the top 10 there. Josh said, I won the inaugural Alabama Bass Trail event here in like 2014 or something at Logan Martin. Then they had a 2017 championship for the Alabama Bass Trail. I won it here. And then I got in the top 10 at the Open, and I haven't fished a big tournament on Logan Martin since 2018. I said, well, you should probably like stop traveling and fish more at Logan Martin. You're probably going to win a lot more money. And he said, everything's gone right at this lake, it seems.
He's got it figured out. That's pretty cool. He threw right up there by the heron. The heron didn't move. Usually they'll leave if you get that close to them. There must be something good hanging out there.
It's starting.
There's a good bit of that on Logan Martin in the late spring, summertime, that's for sure.
Getting some of that vitamin D.
$27. Huh?
I thought
How old are you? 30. I get that a lot. I've had this beard since I was about 15.
We're hearing Danny McGreary, but I was about to say Emil. I don't know if Emil looks 30-something yet, but Danny definitely, the Canadian in him and the big beard. He's got to keep the beard for winter, which I guess it could still be winter up there for a week or two.
Yeah, I thought we were listening to that true Denmark accent there for a minute. I was a little confused.
Yes. $12.4 for Emil Wagner, one of the best bags of the day.
I wish we go back to his screen. I'm interested to see. He's throwing that thing out there, and as soon as it hits water, he's working it. So it's almost like he's working some fish up in the upper part of the water column and the bottom at the same time, on the same cast, not the same time, but same cast.
A little bit of an insecurity probably for older school anglers that maybe are fishing over schools of fish that are relating to bait. Bait moves every day, every hour. So rolling up to your spot, it may not go immediately. You may have to find the bait again to relocate the fish. A little bit of patience on Emil Wagner's part, but after a decent start to the morning, he's had a great midday portion. He's put himself in contention. Our top 5 is the same, just swapped spots a little bit. Josh Butler, Tucker Smith, they were 1-2 to start today. Emil Wagner was 4th, Kyoya Fujita was 3rd, Jeremiah Kendi was 5th. There's your top 5, and they're all within just a few pounds. Kyle Austin says, hey, put me in the game too, coach. I'm in 6th. We'll be right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Seeing some action and some tight competition today at Logan Martin Lake, the 4th stop of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7 Reels. Josh Butler still your leader. He's led since day 1, but that lead is much smaller. 10 ounces over Tucker Smith unofficially. A couple more ounces back is Emil Wagner. Kyoya Fujita hanging quietly within 3 3/4 pounds of the lead. Jeremiah Kendi and Kyle Austin also putting their name in the hat. Yui Aoki, Garrett Paquette, Danny McGreary, Zeke Gossett, all those guys have some work to do if they want to have a shot at the Bassmaster Classic, and that is what the winner will receive today. A bid to the Bassmaster Classic as long as they finish out at our next stop. Eufaula, Oklahoma. As long as they fish in that event, they will be qualified for next year's Classic at Ray Roberts in Fort Worth, Texas. Yui Aoki making his debut on Bassmaster Live this week.
Serenaded by the cicadas.
Again, he's rotating through these baits. Looked like he had some kind of fly just then, so it's amazing these baits these guys bring out to get these fish to bite. And right there he goes. He just got him one.
Boss? Please. Oh. Whoa.
Yui Aoki, a 7.5 pound limit, said there his smallest was just over a pound, and so his first bite of the day, that 2.5 pounder, is his best so far. He'd love to have all 2s on the board instead of having 4 of them be 1 pounders. This one will help him some. So we go out live with him now. Again.
24-year-old in his 4th B.A.S.S. entry.
Happens fast. He's only a few events behind Kyoya Fujita, and Fujita has 2 Elite Series wins. So, and a couple top fives along with it, so it can happen quick. Fujita qualified in a single division the last year that we did qualifications from just a single division. But Kyle, now you see it's more, whether they're successful or not, this is an opportunity. Fujita's fishing all 9 elites and all 9 opens, gets another shot at Okeechobee, Santee Cooper, places that he might not fit his style, but you're learning across America, and that is what Yui Aoki is doing this week.
Absolutely. When you fish an entire series of the Elite Series, obviously, or the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, you're going to go to a lot of diverse fisheries. I mean, they're going to range all over the place. We've seen that so far in the Opens this year with just 4 events, and once we get into the latter part of the season, we'll see that continue with even more different types of fisheries.
Well, look at this. We have Florida, Arkansas, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Alabama. Then we have Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and we go back to South Carolina, but it's in the fall, so it's totally different than the spring. So 8 different states, 9 different lakes, different times of the year. You have to catch them early February in Florida, early February in Arkansas, all the way down to late October in South Carolina. And so you're going to get a look at so many different seasons and patterns.
Yeah, and that makes it difficult to stay on top of them in all those kind of seasons. I mean, there is a big shift when you get into that fall fishing where it changes so much and gets tough, and that's really where the cream rises on that deal. He's fishing a little shallower than what he has been, too. You can see when he had the aerial view there that he's fishing a pretty good point there, I think.
There's that point that extends off the map there, and we saw the mouths of some of these creeks that they form out to the main lake where some anglers have been, but Emil Wagner up in the bay.
He's still sitting at a really good choke point, though. He's got like 3 different pockets that are feeding into this last little point right here before it goes to the mouth. So it gives a really great funnel for these fish to come out and set up on.
Oh, God, I missed him. Big one.
I think this is rabbit.
Rabbit's branch,
yeah.
Not that big, but he'll help.
It's a nice one.
Maybe. Maybe not.
So that was a little thinner. I'm thinking that's a post spawner.
Yeah, this is going to be the point in the day where it's going to be difficult for Emil. I'm hopeful in his pattern and the quality of fish, but Kyle, we talked about it, the benefit of a big largemouth. These guys, they don't have to do what Josh Butler's doing, but they got to catch a 5-6 pounder to make up that deficit.
What do you think, Mark?
Unless you just catch all 3 or 3.5 pound
2,
spots.
3, I don't think he's going to do
Yeah, when you look at it, I mean, it's certainly possible. It's not to say that he couldn't catch a 3.5, 4+ pound spot doing this, but traditionally, like Buddy mentioned earlier, a lot of your biggest spots in the Coosa River will live very close to the dam, below the dam, where a lot of the current's at. And then, a lot of the largemouth probably are still lingering around shallow, a lot of shad spawn early on, even potentially bluegill spawn, maybe a little early for that. But Buddy, one thing I wanted to mention there, you had talked about the pinch points and the funnel points that these fish are coming to. To our viewer, traditionally these fish will spawn in the backs of the pockets, and then once they spawn, they'll move out. Kind of explain the types of areas that these guys are looking at.
They're looking at where these fish have spawned back up in these pockets, bays, flats, and stuff in the backs of these pockets and creeks. And what they'll do is they'll move out. It's kind of like a migration deal. They just move out a little bit, set up on secondary points, and then they'll start going to the main lake points. But you got so many secondary points in that area where he's sitting, and he's actually on what I would call like a main lake point, because it's funneling out to the main river, but it's also one of the last main long big points that's going out. So he and a lot of these other guys are setting up on those high percentage areas. Here in the 4 box, you can see right now, they're all looking.
You got 3 down lake anglers, 1 upriver angler. I think we've had, if you count today's limits, you've got 59 spotted bass represented in one largemouth, and that largemouth, though, is the most important fish of the tournament for Josh Butler. That 713 helped him jump out to 19.5 pounds on day one, gave him a significant edge over some of the spotted bass guys who caught 15. Tucker Smith's been very consistent, 15 pounds each day. I would expect 15 again, and if that's the case, Josh now knows, hey, I only need 10 or 11 pounds to get to that same mark. So,
but the cool thing about what Josh is doing right now, he could run into one of those big largemouths again at any second.
For sure.
Where these guys down here are still fishing for the spotted bass, and not that they're not going to run into a big spotted bass, but they're still all kind of fighting in that 3-pound range where Butler could get that really big bite at any time.
I think Josh also caught a 5-pound spotted bass in the current as well. So maybe Tucker Smith's average fish, Emil Wagner's average size fish, is better than Josh Butler's, but a 5-pound spotted bass and a 7-pound largemouth definitely help carry when you go through a 3-day event.
But Josh is going to have to catch another one of those today.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what Emil does, because he did make the comment that he'd been fishing some brush later in the day, and that was a more current dependent thing as well. He didn't comment whether they were mostly largemouth or smallmouth or spotted bass. Excuse me. There were definitely no smallmouth, but it seems like a place that a big largemouth could get as well.
When you think about it, if they do turn the water on by their word, which is 1 o'clock, it won't even make the water move down where any of these people are, so they're never going to feel it.
Butler will feel it. Yes. Josh will get to feel it first, for sure.
And he'll have to leave shortly after. But if they turn it on a little earlier, it may start to get to that upper reaches of where we would call Logan Martin Lake, not the river portion.
And then you still got Kendi sitting up there in that area too. His fish could turn on at any minute, and everything could change. But watching Tucker Smith seems to be the one that's most relaxed right now.
Calm, cool, and collected. That is what some of these young anglers are bringing to the table. Yui Aoki, Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner, just calm, cool, and collected. They're all trying to chase down Josh Butler, and so far they have successfully done that. They're within arm's reach now. We'll see if they walk through that door and take the unofficial lead when we come back. But Butler trying to hold them off here at Logan Martin. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here. We'll see it all go down. We will leave when they check in, but you can watch the final weigh-in on Bassmaster.com, be able to see who wins this event. We'll go all the way up to when they have to be back at Lincoln Landing later today, and we'll be able to see Hank Weldon crown another champion. We saw Scott Martin. We saw Jeremiah Kendi, Kyle Austin. I just thought about this. If Josh Butler or Tucker Smith win, that is 4 what we could consider locals, 4 for 4 for the Opens this year. Is that a grebe? No, that's Zachary. See, you guys don't get that joke as much because I don't have my normal guys, Z and Tommy here. That's a good boy.
He's calling them up.
They're schooled up on Emil Wagner's spots. So we head south from Emil Wagner down to Yui Aoki, still on that extended point that you were talking about, Buddy Gross.
Yeah, and he's still sitting at the mouth of that pocket, and Emil's moved out to the main lake mouth again. So they're all kind of doing the same thing, just in different areas. Pretty interesting.
Oh, little.
Everybody in our top 5 is sitting there one good bite away from taking this thing a little lead.
It's very cool. When you see that map, you can see that we have 1 down lake. We've got 1 or 2 mid lake. We've got 1 or 2 up by the dam on the north end of the lake. And so it's just, everybody's found their own recipe to success this week, and they're all coming within a pound of each other right now in the standings.
And Buddy, to your point, something major doesn't change, this is certainly going to be a tournament where you want to tune in to weigh in, because anything could happen if it stays as close as it has been.
Yeah, if they keep spitting them up too, it makes a big difference too. They're eating some pretty good sized bait. He just showed you there in his hand. That's a nice size thread fin look like. So. It tells you how healthy the system is too, and you got them that spread out and they're all that kind of equal in weight. It's pretty cool.
Those Coosa River spotted bass have a big appetite, that's for sure. They like to eat, as the way you can tell by their bellies.
Been popping in with Emil Wagner a lot since his early flurry. He had 3 fish early and then has really put another 5 or 6 quality fish in the boat to get to his baseline level that he's at. So come to him hooked up live with one. The way he's reeling it in, I don't think that's going to help him. He's got a good problem to have, Kyle. His smallest fish isn't as small nearly as others. He's got the unofficial biggest fish of the day so far. We've had a couple in that 3-pound range, close to 3, and so Emil's most recent was a part of that.
Like we mentioned with him earlier, he certainly got a great start with, plenty of time left to fish. All of his fish being over 2 pounds right now, and obviously having a 3-pounder in the box. If he can catch a couple more of those 3-pounders, he'll be in really good shape.
Thanks, man. Hey, those pictures the other day were sick. Good job.
I want to say he'd be talking to
There's
Chase
no
Sansom
way
there,
that
but
Chase took good photos.
Yeah,
that's just no
I
shot.
guarantee you I catch a good one the second you leave.
We kid with young Chase. Everybody
in this camera crews that we have at Bass, the still photographers and this camera crews, they do such a good job of catching all the action. It gets the fans right in there with us,
It's definitely a good group of guys and gals.
What do you think about the live crew, buddy?
Love it.
Oh, is that just because you're here?
No, I'm telling you, it's awesome. I like them in the boat, because if I got them in the boat, that means I've had a pretty good time, or I did good the last time, one of the two.
Yeah.
But anytime they're in the boat, it brings up a different level of fishing for us. I mean, it lets you know you're doing a good job, or you have done a good job at that lake if you start out with them. And some days when I know that I'm not going to be able to carry it on for 4 days, I'll catch all I can one day just so I can get the camera the next day. So my sponsors appreciate it. So I've burnt through some just to get a camera. I'm not going to lie to you, but it makes for a great day.
Well, we'll have to ask that interview question next time. Buddy, did you catch all you could catch so you could be on camera tomorrow, or do you got some staved? So we'll have to ask that.
Well, there are times that I hope there's some more come in. I pray a lot, and the Lord brings me some. But, I'm telling you, a lot of times I know if I don't have enough to contend. So
there's also those days where certain lakes, if you save them, they'll just leave you the next day no matter what.
That's right.
Like at a movie theater, just crunching on popcorn or something. What are those?
I like the question he just asked.
What are you?
I say that often, Tucker.
How about our co-angler winner yesterday, Nico Romero?
Yeah, he graduates today from
graduating
Bethel
today with
University.
a about $10,000 check. Good graduation present to himself.
You think about the schools that these anglers come from. When you were looking at Tucker Smith from Auburn University, and then you think about Nico from the co-angler side as a Bethel University, one of the best schools of all time as well.
Oh, yeah.
Montevallo has the likes of Easton Fothergill and Kyle. Some of these schools, Auburn obviously is in the SEC for other sports, but when you think about the complexity of fishing schools that are great, some will catch you off guard. They're not big schools for other sports, but being close to lakes, when you've got Montevallo on the Coosa River, you've got Bethel University on the Tennessee River, North Alabama on the Tennessee River, there's a lot of these schools that you get the opportunity to put your skills to the test. They basically have good facilities, we'll say that. They have good lakes nearby, like somebody has a good gym to practice in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of the same thing. I mean, when you consider Carson Newman, another one that we didn't mention,
Tennessee.
being in East Tennessee, there by Douglas, and
Adrian College up on the Great Lakes in Michigan, that region.
And we actually have a video series that's going to get into that a lot. I know you and I went on a couple video shoots earlier on this year to kind of show off the college fishing with the Behind the Curtain series, and be on the lookout for that as well.
We got some fun. We got to see some of the college crib suits. I know that you would love to go check out some of these dorm rooms and see how these guys eat pizza all day and fried chicken in the buckets and all that.
Hey, it's like a good football facility, like Alabama and some of these other schools. I mean, these guys their facility is the lake. So the better lake they are, the better they go.
Then I wonder about the dynamics. Montevallo had like 50 guys on it. How that works of learning and competing against each other.
It's kind of messed me up. I don't know which one's going to win each event. Normally you have like a good team from each school or 2 or 3 good teams. There's some guys from Montevallo that have won, and I don't even know their name because it's just next man up. Like it's just they're ready to go.
We do a college prospect list every year, and that's becoming more and more difficult to create because of exactly what Such said. So many good anglers.
What we need to do, Kyle, next year is do a prospect list. And then we need to do, for the schools that send, like Such is saying, 50 guys, we need to rank them how we feel they are so we can see it, because we're just going to be splitting hairs on the prospect list.
Yeah, just a separate prospect list for some of these schools that have so many talented anglers.
As we take a look at Josh Butler, he maybe didn't do college fishing, but he was schooled by the Coosa River. And this morning, buddy, he got to balance 2 things. He's had this pattern, which he's fishing right now on the right side of your screen, some deeper where spotted bass might be spawning before the current turns on. But this morning, he really employed the shad spawn.
Break?
There's a small window you could capitalize, and he did.
Yeah, he did a really good job of spawning on that shad spawn, and I think it gave him the confidence to put him in a position where he can sit up there and catch one. You can just see he's getting a little bit frustrated, but I'm thinking that it's going to turn on for these guys.
Slide on back over there and see if we can't pick up another.
If any of this water kicks up in a minute, it's going to be interesting.
Buddy, you got 2 Elite Series wins. How difficult is it to manage your fish over? That's a 4-day. These are 3-day events, and get the victory.
You know, you can't have enough spots on a 4-day event. A 3-day event gets a little bit easier, but it's still anything over 2 days. You really have to manage your fish, and it's not easy. You kind of have to tell how the day's going every day and see if there's more showing up. And if there's not more showing up, you just got to lay off of them and look for new spots. And you know, one of my wins at the Harris chain was one of the worst practices I ever had. And I did actually a lot of investigating during the tournament because I'd catch them early. So then I'd just start looking and trying to find some more fish during the day, and I did. Every day of that 4-day event, I caught them somewhere new.
You had different. We watched you down there with that Banana Cove or whatever. There was 30, 40 guys in there, and you were kind of fishing the edges away from most of the other guys. You found your own little deals?
Well, kind of like what I was talking about with these guys. It was just a smaller area. They're sitting out here on the outside edge just trying to catch them coming out, and that's all I was trying to do. And I got very fortunate and found a school of those every day. But it was a different place every day. I could never catch fish on the same place twice.
And you know, obviously, you said you can't have enough spots for a 4-day event. You have to have options and places to go. And it might be a little easier because this is less days, but then the added aspect, you've had to fish in these fields. These are 200 boat fields. This is double the amount of anglers competing than would be on the Elite Series. They're obviously all trying to get to the Elite Series. So not only are they highly motivated, there's double the amount, and there's going to be more locals possibly in those. So it's you really can't find everything, you know.
Yeah, this is a tough deal what these guys are doing, and what a lot of people don't think about when you're talking about a 200 boat field. These guys are getting to bed later and having to get up earlier because of all this stuff. So these guys are really going through a harder struggle on an open side than what we do on the elite side, and it's all based off of how many people are in this tournament and how long it takes.
And one big thing as well that a lot of anglers mention is, hey, if I have 3 or 4 or 5 days of practice, I almost find too many patterns. You don't know which one to do. When you have 2.5 days on the elites, you have to just do what you found. But there's your first and second place anglers. Josh Butler on the left, Tucker Smith on the right, within a pound of each other. Who's going to make the afternoon flurry count the most? It's going to be a deal when the water turns on for Josh Butler. Can Tucker Smith fend him off without the current impact down lake? Emil Wagner still hanging tight. Just a little bit behind those anglers. Kiyoya Fujita, Jeremiah Kendi, Kyle Austin. I'm going to say they're all still in the mix for sure. Yui Aoki, Garrett Paquette, Danny McGreary says, hey, not so fast, maybe us too. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens at Logan Martin Lake, presented by 7 Reels. Lincoln, Alabama is the host location this week. And our live footage is brought to you by Maxim Tires. A special place it is this week, Logan Martin Lake. Variety of techniques coming into play, and our top 10 was once spread out by 7 to 10 pounds, but now it is just a pound from first to second place. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore, and with us, Elite Series champion, 2-time winner Buddy Gross, Kyle Jesse joining us from the Birmingham headquarters over in Little Rock, and we've got Mike Sukon, as usual, for Bassmaster Live with us in studio also. And guys, first 5 hours of the day have not disappointed. It is getting tighter and tighter, Buddy Gross. What do you think Josh Butler needs to do to hold on to his lead?
I think he just needs to calm down and stay right where he's at. He's got a great opportunity with giant fish up in that area. I think he's just going to have to wait on a little bit of current to come. He's going to see it before everybody else. Him and Kendi up there is going to have an opportunity right here late, but Tucker's actually doing a great job, and Emil's doing a great job fishing for those fish that they can guarantee are going to be there and aren't relating to the current at this point. So it's going to be a shootout.
That's the thing, Kyle. I was going to ask you, is second, third place. You've got Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner having great days, Kiyoya Fujita in that same bucket as well. Those 3 guys, what are they going to have to do this afternoon if they're going to be down lake to maybe get that bigger bite to win this tournament?
It looks like they're just going to have to stay the course. I mean, every single day they've been consistent, both Tucker and Emil. Later in the day, that offshore bite tends to pick up. It's been better. So, you know, I think that if they can get back up to that 15-pound range, you know, what Tucker's been at every single day, I think that's going to help tremendously.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a great day with you guys on Fox Sports 1 at Logan Martin Lake. This is the funnel. If you don't know about the Bassmaster Opens, these are 3-day events where 200-plus anglers, semi-pro anglers, are fighting to get to the top level, the Bassmaster Elite Series, where they'll face off against Buddy Gross in the coming seasons. Such, thinking about that AOI race, you're going to have to be in the top 9 at the end of the year to make it, and we have Evan Kung still hanging tight at the top.
He gained a little bit. I want to talk about the ages of these guys. We got 5 guys in their 20s in the top 10. The average, though, last year was less than 25 years old to make the elites. It's up to 30 years old, which is what it usually has been.
Absolutely. Young anglers making that, hey, you're starting them much younger. They're fishing high school junior events, 13, 14 years old, top level of their respective age groups competing, and then jumping out on the opens when they're just 18, 19 years old. We've got a couple of our key guys just graduating college today, so they're already jumping out while they're still in school trying to make their pro debuts in the coming seasons. So we go out to Emil Wagner, 3rd place on Bass Track unofficially right now.
And it looks like Emil has made a move back towards, you know, the main river spots that he fished early this morning.
Fix this lead or not, and then we'll roll.
Emil's one of those young anglers. He bust into the scene on a national level, winning a All-American tournament a little while ago, and jumped into the open, said, I want to be in the Elite Series. And we got to have a great conversation with him this week on site at Logan Martin about anything and everything related to Emil Wagner and his journey.
My strategy, you know, I was fortunate to have a really good year last year. Not the Opens, a different route, but I just tried to win every event, honestly, because I feel like if you try to win, if you don't end up winning, you still end up with a decent finish. You know, I don't go out here and try to get a check or whatever, and that clearly burnt me at Santee Cooper because I put all my eggs in one basket and had a horrible event. But my strategy is just to go out. I like fishing offshore. I pretty much use my side scan everywhere I go, all of practice. Yeah, so catching most of my fish this week on a Berkeley frit side on a shad spawn in the morning, and a 3/16 ounce Tamiki rig with a Berkeley flat nose jerk shad on the back in Blue Pearl hologram.
jumping over to the Opens is definitely a different task at hand, but you've been able to see Emil in action, Kyle, on the water. And we obviously see him doing well this week, but people always want to know, is he really the real deal? What have you seen from Emil over the first couple events?
Yeah, I've got to spend some time with him, actually in the boat with him at a media event early on this season. And, you know, like Buddy mentioned earlier, he is so well known and well respected around Lake Lanier and wins just about everything there is to win over there, it seems like. And he's certainly the real deal. I got, like I said, some time to spend with him in the boat, and he's certainly really, really talented angler.
Cute one again.
He's still got that little bitty one in there, so he's gonna be able to upgrade a little bit with this one, I think.
He's caught right up there with the most fish of anyone today. They're just all small so far for Danny McGarry of Canada. Almost thought it was Cooper Gallant when he said, oh, it's just another small one. It sounded exactly like Coop.
Yep.
I don't know if he'll call.
Got a full house, 3 1-pounders and 2 10-ounces.
I think that one should be bigger than 10 ounces.
If it's not, he needs a different scale because it looked a little bit bigger.
Checked out the generation schedule for Neely Henry, and it is at 1 o'clock today.
That's going to make it tough on them, but they all said it's been starting earlier than projected, so that's kind of what I think they're all looking for, is some of that early generation and make this bite pick up a little bit for these guys up here. It really has slowed down more than I expected in this upper end, though. Even with it a lull, it seems like they were all just feeding on what would probably be, you know, the shad don't have to be up on something hard. They want to be, but that deal this morning and early for all these guys, even up in the river, may have been a shad spawn.
Butler stuck on 9 pounds even. He's still got a lead of 10 ounces over Tucker Smith.
You know, we had a pretty good flurry earlier. Now it's him back in that little lull, but I bet it's fixing to pick back up before he.
To piggyback off of what you mentioned, it was really interesting on day one at weigh-in to hear how many guys said the bite up the river was better first thing in the morning with no current versus, you know, the current, or kind of the midday section. Maybe not necessarily when there was a lot of current, but it definitely slowed down a little bit in the middle of the day.
Yep. Big.
That's a better one. You know, I think that's the deal up in the river. Those guys get a good morning bite, and then they get a bite when the current turns on, and everything in between is kind of rough. And it's hard to be sitting in that position and not want to make a move. You've got to really make yourselves just sit there and just hang on.
Sure.
Because you can make the wrong decision and change the outcome of the tournament so fast.
Good.
Or make the right one.
One of the better ones we've seen from Kyoya this.
And he really needed a good tournament.
3.5.
3.5. He's got 2 over 3 pounds now. That's the biggest one of the day.
Good work. Yeah.
That's going to jump him up.
Beautiful.
Chunky one.
3.5 will be about a 2-pound upgrade, and that'll put him. He'll probably be dead even with Emil Wagner. And there'll be 3 anglers within a 1.5 pounds, 1.25 pounds, or 4 anglers within 1 3/4 pounds of Josh Butler. But Fujita, he came in, had such an excellent rookie season on the Elite Series, almost won Rookie of the Year, almost won Angler of the Year. I think he got 7th in points. But we started to see, you know, he's fishing all 9 Opens and all 9 Elites, getting the opportunity to fish more in America and learn different lakes that he hasn't been to or improve on what he would consider as weaknesses and things like that. But he had a really tough Florida swing. The last 2 events for the Elite Series, he was 5th in the points race, 5 points from the lead, and he's now 35th.
Wow.
He lost 30 spots in the state of Florida, jumps back in and fishes an open this week, gets his, obviously a totally different way of fishing, but he was within sight, Kyle, of the winner at the last event and got last place.
It's not uncommon to see guys struggle in Florida. It is such a unique style of fishing. So the learning curve in Florida is very, very, difficult for some anglers to make. And it's kind of the same way with northern smallmouth fishing. Like there's guys that struggle more with that just because it is so vastly different from, your traditional southeastern, largemouth or spotted bass fishing.
At least for the smallmouth deal, that our forward-facing sonar, it makes it a lot easier to chase them around now. But that St. John's down in Florida, though, it is such a different fishery. You can be dead on them in 1 minute and then dead off of them the rest of the week. So
that one's also got a little current dependent because of the tidal situation. The water does move. It's not just stagnant, and it's always ever changing by an hour each day.
That one scares me the most out of any lake I've ever been to.
You can just simply be in the wrong lake. The wrong area altogether.
Those tidal deals, if assault's pushed back in, there's so many things that adjust on that deal.
We're going to talk about 50 miles end to end here, and it's pretty narrow. That's 110 miles of playing field and 6 different lakes you can choose from off the river.
2 3/4 pounder could give him the lead.
That looks like a pretty good fish,
Looks like a good one, no doubt.
There we go.
It's going to be over 2, I think.
That's a good one. Wish he was fatter. He'd be huge.
He's so calm for his age, blows me away.
I used to think he didn't like winning because he would just hold the trophy and be lifeless up there, but he's just that temperament. Win, lose, draw.
Yeah, Tucker's got a big old plug up on the deck. I like seeing that up there.
It'd be big if he wasn't so skinny.
Just for looks, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Decoy baits. Tucker Smith, hey, it's always a good time when you're making upgrades, whether they're small or large upgrades. Tucker Smith culling up. He might not take the lead such, but he's going to draw even closer. Only 10 ounces behind now. Has not updated yet with that last keeper. We will see what that cull does. But Yo-Yo Fujita, like we mentioned, look at that. 41-15, 41-14. This is a fight. The top 5 are all within it. The top 6 are. We will see who gets it done this afternoon. A couple more hours left. We'll be right back on Fox Sports 1. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Opens, the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens here at Logan Martin Lake. Sponsored by Mercury, Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Winding down our coverage here on Fox Sports 1. Pleased to join you for half of our coverage today. The morning has gone well, and we've got some action at the top now. Tucker Smith, with that last catch, has now moved in front of Josh Butler. And for the first time all week, we have a new unofficial leader. Tucker Smith has closed the gap and surpassed Josh Butler. We'll see now if Butler can respond. They don't know the leaderboard as it updates, but Butler knows at this time of the day, Kyle, it's not good if he hasn't caught him, and he needs to have a good afternoon now.
Absolutely, and Buddy has mentioned it a handful of times, but you can kind of tell in his demeanor, he just seems a little bit off, needs something to pick him up a little bit. Hopefully, for his sake, he can get a nice fish in the boat here soon, just to bolster his confidence back up and know that he's still in the right area.
And what's difficult, Buddy, is you got to wait out the current. You got to wait for it to turn on. You don't want to run around up the river. There's 20 miles of dead water that you might be running by that you're not going to stop and fish. But for somebody like Josh who has hundreds of spots here, it's hard to probably be patient and just wait it out.
It is very hard when he has that many spots and knows this lake the way he does, but he also knows what lives here. And it's something I'm liking right now. He's got a little bit of wind up there where it's been just dead slick. He's got him a little bit of wind, a little bit of ripple. I think he should pick up his bite. He's looking up towards the dam right now, so there may be some stuff changing, and he sees it. And again, he's been here so much, I think he's going to be able to make the adjustments it takes. Tucker's going to have to catch him some more good ones, and it's going to be a shootout. I mean, I still think there's 3 or 4 that can actually make this thing happen. I don't think it's a 2-man show yet.
Tucker's making a move. He packed up his rods there and was heading to another spot. We will see what happens when he gets there. But yes, Josh Butler now in second place. That is our story. The guy who started the week with 19 pounds 7 ounces, due in part to a 7 pound 13 ounce big bass.
He's got something going on over there. I just can't tell what's happening, but
Butler's got a 210 and a 2¼ pounder. Everything else is under 1½ pounds. So he's got plenty of headroom to grow.
No doubt about it.
Needs to make 2 culls, probably at least.
Like you said, buddy, it's not just a 2-horse race right now with Tucker and Josh at the top, even though they're just 3 ounces apart. You have 2 more anglers within 2 pounds. Kiyoya Fujita's 2 back, Emil Wagner's 2 pounds and an ounce back. Then you have 2 more anglers who are within 4 pounds and change, which that's a bigger gap, but it's doable. That means they need 15.5 pounds, which we've seen plenty this week.
A 1 5-pound bite changes the thing drastically, and they live there.
And I feel like of the guys fishing, Kiyoya Fujita, if he's going to catch a 5-pounder, it's going to be a spotted bass. If Kyle Austin, who is 6th place right now, who's 4 pounds and change back, if he catches a 5-pounder, that seems more likely to me. On a shallower brush pile or something like that, maybe a largemouth. You're rarely going to see a largemouth just out here in the middle of the lake at Logan Martin.
Yes.
Fujita's got the 2 bag builders, though, the 3-pounder and a 3.5, which are Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day. He's got that 1½ pounder. And he has our 2nd biggest bag all week. Day 2, 16.3.
Thank you.
I don't think he'd mind going down in class for a win.
No, certainly not.
It's been a great morning here at Logan Martin, the final day, Championship Saturday, for the 4th stop of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Someone's going to win and go to the Bassmaster Classic this afternoon, and you'll be able to see that happen. Our coverage will continue on Bassmaster.com till 3 p.m. Eastern time, and right after that, the weigh-in will kick up, and Hank Weldon, tournament director, will weigh in the top 10, and we will crown a champion. Valuable points are on the line for anybody who can move up a spot or 2 today in hopes of making the Elite Series, and the right fish coming in the boat for one of these anglers could make them an Opens champion. He'll be fishing the Bassmaster Classic next year, so much more. Guys, we saw some shad spawn action this morning from Josh Butler. We've seen some other anglers try that pattern. It didn't come to fruition, but then the anglers down the lake, Emil Wagner, Tucker Smith, really started going mid-morning.
We've been blessed with constant action all day. It seems like even though we've mentioned a lull, there's been fish catching going on all day long. Obviously, like you mentioned with a shad spawn early on, Jeremiah Kendi with the topwater, some really exciting ways to catch them. This thing is far from over, though. I think we can all agree with that. Like we've mentioned, the afternoon bite picks back up. Like we saw the fish catching early in the morning. Safe to say we expect to see more of that later in the show. So still a long ways from over with as far as I'm concerned.
Buddy Gross, when our viewers return to Bassmaster.com to check out the rest of the coverage, they may be greeted with finally some current movement. We'll see if the generation schedule kicks up. It's been an hour later each day. It's been 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Well, we're hitting 11 o'clock. It may begin very soon. Coverage will continue on Bassmaster.com. Like we said, we'll have an hour break. Then 1 to 3, we will be there.
Look at that one.
If you're hanging tight on Fox Sports 1, which we hope you are, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series qualifying at Kansas is up next. They've been worried about rainy conditions. We've got sunny skies in Alabama, though, and hopefully the trucks run well.
Get up in here.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
We are back here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Logan Martin Lake, the fourth stop. The 2024 Bassmaster Open season. Lincoln, Alabama is our location this week, and our live coverage is brought to you by Maxim Tires. This has been a special event and one that the tension has gotten ratcheted up, especially when we ended our broadcast on Fox Sports 1. Tucker Smith had taken the lead. Josh Butler had gone dry from his location, hadn't caught one in a while, but boy, look at the leaderboard now. Butler with a flurry, Fujita with a giant, and those two are now first and second. Tucker Smith has gone quiet since taking the lead. Emil Wagner, Jeremiah Kendi, and Kyle Austin still hanging at the same weights as we left you an hour ago. We take it out to Logan Martin Lake, the final day here, Championship Saturday, the top 10 competing. You can see where these anglers are located on the map. Some moving and adjustments for anglers. There's a contingent down south, and there's a contingent that's closer in the river. Butler at one point had company with Kendi and with Gossett up in this region, but it's just Josh Butler now. And earlier today, while we were in our hour break, Josh Butler went on a flurry. Let's watch it as he put a lot of weight in the boat.
It's 2.5. Oh, that's a good one. Stay button, baby. I don't think I. It's not a. No, it is a good one. Let's go. Seen it yet? Yeah, it's a good one.
You got up there closer to the dam and getting some good bites.
Biggest one yet. Yeah. That's why we come up here. Let's get back in there.
We've been teasing it all morning that it could happen fast, and like Ronnie mentioned, while we were away, it happened.
2-4, 11, 26.
Guys, it's about right after 12, and I guess since y'all last seen us, kind of made a little move up to the dam here, and didn't take long. Caught a little bit of a flurry. Probably caught 10 or 12 fish, probably in 15, 20 minutes. Coiled up probably 3 or 4 times. Got one really good one, 3.5 or so. And we're just gonna try to pluck away. It's slowing down probably in the last 10, 15 minutes. I'm able to get a bite now instead of every cast, probably about every 7 or 8 casts, but going to try to capitalize and put one of these bigger fish in the boat. I think we're sitting right around that 13, maybe 13.5 pound range. Feel a lot better than I did hour and a half ago for sure. Still on track. Get it 1 3-pounder for the next little bit. There's one right there. Ain't nothing. But yeah, if we can get like a 3-pounder every hour, like I said, we'll be on track. So we're catching a mixed bag of largemouth and spots. Caught 1 or 2 fish here in practice. It's just a history type place. The fish was not really up here that good, but it seems, I don't know if they're leaving from spawning and getting up here and finally grouping up, but it seems like they're making their push up here. And if that's the case, it could go down. We just need to capitalize. I think we lost one here that was probably a pretty good fish, but so far so good. I'm gonna try to keep catching them until they quit biting. That might be another one. Nope, that's that fishing line. I need to get it. I've been hung in this fishing line about 25 times. Someone's left a whole spool out here.
Braided line too.
Welcome to Logan Martin Dam. And I bet you it's 8,000 pound braid with a 14-aught hook, circle hook on it. Yep, it's braid.
At that point, I think it's rope. It's no longer braid, Buddy Gross. If it's 8,000-pound test, it's probably rope.
Or steel cable. But I think I'd tie it around my cleat and just pull it all there if he's hooked it that much, because it slows him down. He needs every cast he can get when he gets this out of the way. It'll also cut you to the bone if you ain't careful.
And how about this afternoon flurry? We said there'd be a moment opportunity, and he was a little bit farther down the river. Maybe he was in a short pocket right below the dam, but he went through his flurry and he's caught 10, 15 fish, and now he's at the weight we expected, that 14, 15 pounds that he'd need. He's right around that mark. And a guy who made a big jump as well, needed a difference maker. He really did, and he did just catch his biggest of the day, and I believe it's his biggest spotted bass of all time.
Yeah, that one's got a different pull to it, I promise you. Yeah.
Well, big. Yes! Yes! Maybe 4-pounder. Yes!
It was a nice fish. We talked about those 4-pounders living down there.
Good bass. Yes! Oh no. Whoa! 4-5. 4-5. Yes!
Look at the bloody tail.
Yeah. The biggest spotted bass my history.
Biggest small spotted bass
yes.
in your history.
Yes, yes. Big. Oh. Oh, yes. Wow.
Caught that about a half hour ago, gave him 44 pounds, 12 ounces, and actually he led before Josh Butler's flurry.
And how about Kiyoya Fujita with 3 of the biggest bass we've seen today, a 4-5, a 3-5, and a 3-pounder. That's going to be 3 of the 6 biggest bass. Obviously, Josh Butler's 3-5 will jump in there as well. We've seen Emil Wagner with some 3s. Jeremiah Kendi, I believe, said he caught a 3 earlier, put in as a 213.
When he made his day 2 jump and, weighed in 16.3 on day 2, you had to know that was a scary guy to be chasing you down on the final day of the Open here at Logan Martin.
13-12 on day 1. That was just, to think that that's a bad day, and he was 18th place. Like, he did good on day 1. He was 6 pounds behind Josh Butler, and he's been trying to claw it back ever since.
Started today 4-13 back.
It's not a bad one. What's Tucker's smallest one?
Tucker's smallest.
He's got a 2-4.
Yes, that's what we like.
Yes.
Yes.
He's really got just almost all the same size. He's got 2 almost 3-pounders, but they're all 2 1/4 to 2 1/2.
You gotta think, he's been averaging 3 pounds of fish his first 2 days.
I'd say he definitely has 2 3-pounders right now at least. And he's probably got all 2 1/2s. If that one looked like a 2 1/2-pounder, you add that one to the bunch, he's probably got about a pound more than he probably has on Bass Strike.
And this is the time of day that Tucker felt like he could really make a move. You know, the later bite window for those offshore fish has really been the key for him the past 2 days. So this is certainly the time of day that he could make a move and start catching some of those better than average size spotted bass.
Uh-oh.
Hour and 45 minutes left in the fishing day. Maybe we'll get to hear how big of an upgrade
like I
it
do
was.
when I'm reeling them in.
Yes.
Fujita, the last time we saw him, just a few minutes ago, got to show you during his break how big that 4.5 was, his biggest spotted bass ever. This was moments ago while we were just watching Tucker Smith land that fish.
Yes. Skinny.
Safe to say it is starting to heat up.
And Kyoya is in a different situation. He's got 2 of the right ones, 3 of the right ones. He's not worried about catching a kicker. He's worried about bringing his smallest one up to a higher level. And he's got 2 2.25s now.
So is his scale a mechanical scale?
I think. I mean, Paul Mueller used those for a long
2-3.
time.
You're not using that kind of scale in the Elite Series?
I'm just using a balance beam at this point.
Wait, you guys cull?
Very rarely. Very rarely.
Wait, you guys cull?
Can't remember the last time I've caught a limit.
Yeah. Thought this was bring your single biggest fish to the weigh, and that's what I've been doing.
This is a tough crab. Kick him while he's down.
No, I'm not kicking you. We're talking about our fishing skills. That's why, you know, if you're just going to talk stats, you might as well just do it on the show. You don't need to be out there on the water competing, you know? Kyoya Fujita putting on a show, and man, like we said, 6 pounds down from Josh Butler on day 1, and he only gained a pound back yesterday or so, 1.25 pounds. So today's going to have to be a big day for him, and he has made it the biggest of anyone in the field, but Josh has not slipped. He gave him a few hours. He gave him a few hours to catch up, and then Josh had his flurry that he desperately needed.
And I still think he's got another one coming. Uh-oh.
Fujita or Butler?
It looks like it's all Fujita right now. But Butler, if they turn that water on, he's still going to have another opportunity for a good one or two.
Oh, pot. Heavy.
There's got to be a pile of them sitting down there.
Yes, more.
It's funny, the terminology, pile sitting down there. They're probably swimming around like crazy, you know, like they're no longer, like we think that, oh, these fish are on the bottom. These fish could be mid-depth, right under the surface out there. Who knows?
Last fish he called about 3 ounces.
We are seeing guys like Kyoya Fujita and Trey McKinney grow up before our eyes. They win, no facial hair, and a few events later, they got beards and mustaches. What is the deal?
He's working on a strong mustache there, that's for sure.
That's what happens when you catch them.
You got to help. Well, look at the size of your beard, buddy. I guess that's 2 elite wins worth, you know?
That's been years in the past. That's why it's gray.
Fujita now has 15 pounds, 5 ounces on Bass Track. Of course, Mr. Butler made him need 18 to tie him.
That'd act like a big one, but I mean, I might say that too much, but it sure did act like it.
How about that jump?
If you didn't know any better, you would think this is a highlight reel.
Yeah.
They are catching them right now.
They are glad that bite window started at noon and not 1, just based on how much time you have to try to catch them before you got to get in.
Absolutely.
Come here, don't do it.
Like we said, Tucker's had 15 pounds each day.
He's doing a little bit at a time, but he's catching them. What did he put the last fish in at, Suits?
Did you get that jump?
Yes.
2.7.
Heart literally stopped when you did that.
I think that might be a little bigger.
This looks about the same.
We'll have to get Tucker to talk to us a little bit.
Looks like it has a belly.
It's got a belly. It's going towards the box. I think he's going in.
No giants for Tucker Smith, but man, just like the last 2 days, every fish seems to be close to 3 pounds. At least that's what it ends up at on the scales later. And look at there, 44.9, basically 15 pounds a day for Tucker Smith. Has him in third. Kyoyo Fujita had 13 and change on day one, 16 and change yesterday, and he's getting near that mark today. Josh Butler riding a 19.5 pound bag from day one, 15 yesterday, and he is getting close to that mark as well today. It's tight at the top. Anybody in the top 4 can definitely still get it done. We'll be right back from Logan Martin.
I've lived out here for a long time. My grandparents actually live on the lake, so I've been here a bunch of times, and it's the home pond for sure, but really didn't know what to expect. Practice was pretty tough. I didn't look at a lot of stuff in practice that I'd known about in history, just because there were so many boats out there, so I focused on new water. Yeah, I really mixed it up today. I caught him on a 3/4 ounce Picasso football jig tungsten. Caught a few key ones on that. The current wasn't moving at all today, so I had to kind of slow down and start dragging a little bit. And then I also caught some on a Yamamoto 5-inch Cinco on a Carolina rig, just slow dragging it. Ended up catching some good ones on a crankbait, swim bait as well. So hopefully we can go catch them tomorrow.
That is Tucker Smith, and that is what he used yesterday and has not used once today. So I look forward to maybe he can walk us through his bait that he's using today on the jig head minnow.
One thing I noticed about him, he's getting his fish are coming a lot further away from the boat than some of the other guys. Ooh. Sounds like he's laughing. He is laughing.
I don't think he's not gonna help.
That was like a smallmouth jump.
I know. That was crazy. Keep thinking a couple.
Buddy, you mentioned it earlier, but it takes a lot of maturity as a young guy like Tucker is to, have a slower morning and keep your patience and keep calm, knowing that bite's coming later in the day. That's a much easier thing to say than actually do in practice.
I'm just fishing a little group of fish, and I got them fired up a second ago. They should still be fired up if I can get in there quick. Bunch of fish.
That being a lake he fishes often too. He has a lot of confidence in what he's doing. Yeah, he's on them. I mean, he knows what's going on right now.
That's a good one. Yeah. Choke slammed it in the back of its throat.
Walk us through your plan here.
I'm on spotlight. And I'm gonna keep fishing this spot until they stop biting, or I gotta go in.
Yeah, he has nothing to lose now. Catch them all. Sometimes the last one you catch is the big one.
He's not gonna help me.
That's the only problem. You got to catch a Fujita 4.5 pounder. Like that's, you just got to.
Yeah,
do it
he
now.
just looked at fish again. I mean, like, that's a nice fish.
No doubt.
That's why I like a balance beam so much when it gets tight.
Let me look.
Ooh, it must be close. Which means it's not going to be much of an upgrade if it is, but we've seen the leaderboard ounces. 2 ounces will be a deal.
He's got 13.2 right now, exact same as Josh Butler. So his deficit is 3.5 to Butler.
Still 3.5,
So he needs
yeah.
16.5 to overtake him.
It might even be better sometimes, you know this, buddy, just for the freshness of the fish. Like if you have one that they're the exact same weight, just put the new one in there.
Yes, sir.
And he's more lively. He hadn't been in the live well for a while. Maybe if it is the heat of the summer, it's been 80s, 85 degrees.
I'm noticing these guys that are in the top 10 are doing a lot for fish care. They got the styrofoam on top of it, and looks like they got an extra bubbler in there maybe too. I was going to talk to you about that a while ago, but it looks like they're really doing everything they can to take care of these fish. And it makes a difference if you have something happen.
No doubt. Hurts the fish, and it'll hurt you in the standings. No
Yeah,
doubt.
I think that one's going to help. Maybe. It's fat.
He's putting that trick worm to work.
Quit. He's in the boat. It's good. He's got to be a 227. It's going to be close. I think he is. Ooh. Says 224. Do it again.
Again, that's when you get
229, then it said 224, and the other one was 227.
when you get that close, stress and the live well and stuff like that makes them lose a little bit of weight. That's when I'd really want to know when it's going to be tight.
Yeah, if you weighed one at 8 o'clock this morning, it might weigh different at 1 p.m.
Scale it.
Either way, Butler, Smith, Fujita, all are catching them, and they are in the top of our leaderboard, first, second, and third. Waiting for a response maybe from Emil Wagner. We're expecting something this afternoon. Jeremiah Kindy was confident that when the water turned on, possibly would help him out. Waiting to see that he has moved downriver. Kyle Austin, been hanging tight at the same weight in the top 6. Our top 6 relatively unchanged. The deficit's just getting smaller. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. This is the 4th stop of the Bassmaster Open season, but next week is the 5th stop of the Elite Series season. We're headed to Lake Murray in Columbia, South Carolina for the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, May 9th through the 12th. The big question, coming off a top 10 at the St. Johns River, can Drew Benton win again at Lake Murray? We're about a month later than we were last year. A lot of fish on the bed last year, some shad spawn, herring spawn fish. We saw just hunter trout going shallow down the bank. A lot of things to offer at Lake Murray this year. We could see a little bit more post-spawn flavor, maybe not as many fish on the bed, some shad spawn and herring spawn, no doubt about it. Maybe some deeper fish as well, and who knows, maybe somebody goes up the river and unlocks the river. That used to be the way you win, but there's so many good fish down lake that hasn't been necessarily the deal as of late. As we head out to Garrett Paquette from the state of Michigan, he's a Lake St. Clair guy. A lot of other sneaky lakes he would call home that I'm not going to dish out so that they don't get pressured.
I think that's a catfish. Nope.
Nice one.
little better one. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. So I've kind of switched up here. I'm fishing around the ramp. Well, I've been fishing around the ramp, but I'm fishing some of these bigger stumps on the main river. Just because, you know, we put a bunch of fish here the last couple of days from our tournament. So there's some, you know, some still hanging out on these stumps. The one I just threw on, this was one of about 25 that came off of it. So we might have found ourselves a little school. This is the time of day when it should start happening for me. I don't know if it's going to. Like I said, everything's kind of an hour behind and we're in early. But we'll do our best to pound on them a little bit the last hour and a half here.
Garrett Paquette, one of his biggest fish of the day so far. We head back down to Tucker Smith, who seemingly is going to catch every fish in the lake within a couple mile stretch of here.
But they've all been about the same size. Because that's how he got here, though.
Oh gosh, dude, this might be her. Oh.
Nobody's wanting to give up on this one. Everybody's driving hard for that first place.
It's one of the right ones.
I do think this one will help. This will be his getting close to a dozen keepers on Bass Track. He's obviously caught a dozen that he hasn't entered that threw back.
It's thick.
Buddy, you noticed something about these guys' live wells, maybe because of the style they're fishing, or as we hit summer, the way guys like Emil and Tucker have their live wells set up for fish care.
Yes, they've got the noodles in there to keep them protected, keep the heat off of them from the top of the live well, but they've also got another tube running there. Looks like it might be an additional aerator or something, which keeps them healthy, keeps your fish alive, and keeps their weight up by the end of the day.
Oh, that's a good one.
Emil's been quiet for a little while.
You was just talking about him, here he is.
Oh, yeah. Help. Come on. There we go.
It's amazing how these young kids bend over to it. Like I tried that, I just fall straight in the lake.
Long time coming on that one.
Is a good one. Whew. Maybe a 3-pounder for Emil, if
There's
it
like
is.
40 of them down there.
Just gotta make quick work,
I forget
hopefully.
where I put that scale every time I use it.
They said there's like 40 of them down there.
Two and a half at least. They weren't so freaking skinny. Oh yeah. Almost 3.
was a good call there.
Emil, who's in 4th place, going to make that call, and while he does that, we're going to check in on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Josh Butler, Kyoya Fujita, and Tucker Smith all have put in good work over the last hour and a half.
Get used to the figure 8. Change it up. That sounded good.
Buddy, you made the comment earlier that, you know, Tucker seems to be catching his further away from the boat, and it seems like he's making more or less the same cast over and over again. What would be your best bet to what those fish are setting up on there based on, you know, kind of his location?
If I knew the water depth, I know a little more, but I'm saying that because he's found a school of them, I'm not saying it's going to be brush, but there's something holding them, whether it's a point or a hump, something. Something's down there holding that school together, even when he catches them. You know, they're drawing them all to him every time they catch one. Then they have to kind of reset up. But there's so many down there, I think, right now that not all of them are coming. So he's got another target as soon as he gets them in.
Time of year is dependent on this portion of it, but looking at the 6 previous B.A.S.S events at this level and above that have been at Logan Martin, we're getting close to, this might be the best weight we've had given the number of days. I don't know what the limit was in '93 when David Fritz caught 48 pounds for 3 days of the Classic. If it was 5 fish for those, I'm assuming it was. So that's getting close to that mark. Robert Hamilton the year before was 59 pounds, and those were midsummer events. But then other than that, it's been 38 pounds and 46 pounds. So we're surpassing that this week, and Fujita's trying to add to his total right now.
Oh. No, maybe no. Yes. Oh, yeah. Two six.
2.6. I seen him writing down on a piece of paper a while ago his weight. Did y'all see that?
Yes, he keeps a little piece of paper to keep track of his fish. Makes sense since he doesn't have a digital scale to classify all 5 of them right there on him by locking them in. We saw Emil with his phone. That's good when you got a lot of numbers crossed out there.
2 ounces. 2 ounces.
2 ounce upgrade.
Couple ounces.
Always a pleasant surprise when a fish you don't think is going to help ends up helping.
Yep.
So that's 2.6.
2.6.
I still think Fujita is looking for single fish, where Tucker's up there right now. I think he has a school of fish, and Josh is just looking for his next one to take a chance. I mean, like, he's still saying Josh is still sitting up there in a pretty sweet spot, but I think Tucker's got the most fish if he can just figure out how to catch a big one out of there.
Ronnie, 92 when Robert Hamilton caught 59 pounds of 7 fish.
7 fish
a
so
day,
that's,
yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, and then I think Stephen Browning won a 4-day event with 55. David Kilgore won an open in this time of year with 46 pounds. So we're beating those marks. So you'd think a lot of guys are like, 15 pounds a day, I'll probably have a shot to win. You're going to have to catch probably 16, 17 pounds a day to win.
Fujita up to 15.5. 2 pounds, 7 ounces back of Josh Butler.
Josh has done his job. We know we've made a lot about Tucker, Kyoya, and Emil, but just like those young guys having patience of it, a local that doesn't run around too much. Most of the time that burns guys who know it. Josh has stayed steady. He dealt with his lull. He may have shown signs of being frustrated, but he stayed committed to his pattern. And Kyle, he's got the lead because of it now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, we want to make a lot of Tucker and, you know, some of the ones below him that are catching a lot of fish, but we know the quality that lives up there closer to the dam where Josh is fishing, and with still time left to go, there's upgrades to be made even to his bag right now.
No doubt about it. He's got a 2-7 lead over Kiyoya Fujita. 2-ounce culls are not going to get it done. Fujita, Smith, Wagner, and Kendi are going to have to put pounds on the board. Whoa. Tommy, Zona, maybe one of the Zona boys. Having a time on Logan Martin.
That was Trey in the middle.
Oh, Trey McKinney. Yeah. Oh, that was Trey. That's right.
Sorry, Trey.
Hey, when you're the youngest,
bro.
Hey,
sorry, Trey.
Hey, he can't hear you. He's got $100,000 on each side of his ears right now.
True.
He has been on fire. Our points leader, we'll have a camera with him. Day 1 at Lake Murray next week. Josh Butler, our leader this week.
It's time for him to catch
it out. Oh, he's hooked up right now.
It's because it had me probably in a tizzy. I don't know if it's going to help or not.
He's consistently getting bit, though.
And mad. Oh, come on. We'll see. I mean, that one looks bigger than 2 1/4, don't it? No? Not much. It says 229 and I had a 227. I'm actually going to probably balance beam all 3 of them just because.
Smart.
I agree.
Because if it does get hectic, I want to know. Just go ahead and do this. All right. We got 1 there.
He's got the noodles in there too, so he's another one. They're all taken care of.
This one said it replaced it, and of course that comes off. Figured it would.
229 might be a small cull. He's got a couple 2 1/4s in there, but he's culled everything out of his initial limit except for that almost 3-pounder. And so we think back, it might only be a ½ pound bigger than his smallest fish right now. But that it looms large, that he's able to, one of those shad spawn fish and bites this morning.
I don't know why this
is going to go to weigh in with him.
If it don't, that's going to be pretty tough to do it. Well.
That's especially true when you consider that based on everything we know over the first 2 days, that was a new game plan for him to run the shad spawn.
And, buddy, the possibility his mind could have wandered even more if he didn't have that close to 3-pounder. If he just had 5 1.5s, you might get a little bit more stir crazy at 11 than he did.
I don't know. How do you take his demeanor? He seems pretty calm to me for, wanting a 7-13 to be caught.
No, he's doing fine. He's handling the pressure very well, and I think he's doing exactly what he needs to do to try to take this thing home. I think he's doing a good job. The other boys have got to catch him. Right now, he's doing his job. The other guys are going to have to do something kind of special.
Yui Aoki, if you're just joining us, yes, he looks exactly like, and jersey-wise, to Kiyoya Fujita, but this is Yui Aoki, his debut on Bassmaster Live, just his 4th Bassmaster Open ever, Kyle. New face on the Opens that if this is our first glimpse and it's a top 10, he may be one to manage over the next few years.
Absolutely. It seems like every year in the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, there's another couple Japanese anglers that everybody's talking about, and Yui very well could be that next guy.
He's super old. He's 24 years old. Like, you normally should have 6-7 years of experience, but We have to remember that was about the age that Kiyoya Fujita came over a few years ago after dominating some of the Japanese tournaments. We'll have to get a resume from Yui and see if he had maybe followed in Kiyoya's footsteps and took over domination when Kiyoya left.
Had a pretty bad start in America, 185th at Okeechobee, but he's steadily climbed up with the 60th, the 84th, and now top 10.
If I remember correctly, Kiyoya struggled at Okeechobee as
Yes.
well, his first elite event.
And the Open this year.
But like we mentioned earlier, obviously, Florida in general, fishing down there is so different than a lot of the rest of the country. And then Okeechobee, even further than that, it's just its own animal.
And I think Kiyoya has tried to fish Okeechobee like Okeechobee would be, but if we don't see him in the rim ditch next time, dominating, I would be shocked because he's now got some tangible info on how to fish always there, but we got to see a couple successful guys do it that way. Back over to Garrett Paquette. We've had so many fish catches in a row, I was almost expecting him to hook up when we just came to him, Kyle. But here's his day so far. He was one who started lower in the field, 7th, 8th place, coming into the final day, 6.5 pounds back. Knowing he'd need something bigger than what he had done, he kind of went out on a limb this morning, and that's what some guys did. They tried to get a bonus giant largemouth to close the gap and then go to their program, but that didn't necessarily work out.
Yeah, Garrett mentioned to me last night that he planned on running the shallow largemouth pattern later in the day based on trying to get a solid limit early in the morning and then obviously move shallow for largemouth. He had a good practice fishing for largemouth, he told me. It wasn't necessarily that you were getting a lot of bites, but the bites you were getting up shallow were typically the good ones. But when you consider the time it would take to get the bites necessary, a lot of times it's not worth the risk of going up there. But kind of thought by the end of the day we would see him run back up there and try to do that.
And also, might say, well, if you're catching good largemouth, why wander from that? You got to remember, practice started Saturday, Sunday last week, and the water was much lower. As the water came in, storms came in, that water rose. We would say that helps shallow guys, but also that spreads fish out, and you just lose track of where you were getting bites. And you may find out in the tournament where they went, but it's hard to just switch. And that's what a lot of guys had to deal with this week.
That's a great point, and he even mentioned that, from the first day of practice to now, the largemouth bite has gotten worse. So again, in theory, it sounds great in your head to go fish for largemouth, but if that bite's going away, then there's no sense in wasting time on it.
He might help us an ounce.
Ask and you shall receive. Live action fish catch from Paquette that may upgrade for him.
There's been a lot of live catches today.
Nope. I don't know where all these largemouth came from when I found this, or when my buddy found this, I should say, in practice. It was just hundreds of spotted bass. And day one, it was hundreds of spotted bass. And then yesterday, all these largemouth showed up. No more spot. I mean, there's a couple in there, but yeah, all the largemouth showed up, and unfortunately, they're not big largemouth.
Obviously, there's a much greater population of spotted bass in Logan Martin than big largemouth, but Buddy, do you think it's possible that the largemouth are kind of experiencing the post-spawn funk, kind of the weird in-between time where You know, it's kind of hard to find them doing one or the other.
100%. They're just not ganged up yet, but the largemouth get done spawning typically before these spots do. So, right the opposite. So the spots seem to be already mostly done, and the largemouth are just now coming. And that's what he said. He's like, just largemouth are showing up. It's like they're just now coming out. I was just noticing he just threw under the boat. I mean, like threw back at the engine. He just seen one that followed him in, and it went under and set up under the boat. So these fish are starting to do a little bit like smallmouth. They're starting to use the boat and come out. On several of these lakes, I've seen people catch them at the trolling motor or behind the boat and stuff. It's pretty neat. They're using that as shade.
I've been known to walk over towards someone sitting in the shade, and they thought I was coming to talk to them, but I was just coming to hang out in the shade as well. So
Absolutely.
It makes sense.
Is that what you were doing?
I just texted our friends of the program, Kenta Kimura and Taku Ito, asked them about Yui Aoki, and Kenta said Yui has won several tournaments in Japan after Kiyoya left and came to America. He said they're best friends too, which was shocking to me because Kiyoya doesn't let anybody in. Like, he doesn't share seat, he doesn't talk to anybody, he doesn't do that. So the fact that Fujita now has someone that he travels with or talks to, at least, maybe they don't share info. You know, there's some great friends that don't actually share fishing stuff, but they travel around together. But that does not bode well for the Elite Series anglers if Yui Aoki is just as good as Kiyoya Fujita.
You may be showing him the ropes, huh, Fujita?
You start putting two of them together, it could get ugly. Josh hooked up again.
Might be a good one. It ain't got a big mouth, but it had a big belly. I think it's just another mad spot. I don't know. That one might help. I think that one will help. That one's gonna help.
Yep.
Got to.
Uh-oh, there's the siren. It's coming, boys.
You're in trouble, Josh. Wait, is that the siren saying Josh is in trouble or everyone else is in trouble? Because that is a
sound. So
big water alert.
So it's 1 o'clock. What time they say it's coming on today?
Yeah,
1 o'clock.
exactly.
Well, they're dead on.
Heck yeah.
That is a good one.
Pounder.
Wow.
How big?
Pulls out
3
number
pounder.
6 or number 1. And that's got us 14 and a quarter.
Wow. What a week for Josh Butler.
I'm just gonna put that there. Look for number 6. That's 1. 6, you're back here. I need you because you're going back. I just caught you. That one's going back.
That's a good one to be throwing Josh Butler, man. He may have just punched his ticket,
Let's
no
go.
doubt, with 1 hour left in the day.
$13.91 is what the scales say. Chipping away at it.
$14.91 or $15?
Now the water's on.
He might hit 60 pounds. Or not 60 pounds, sorry. He might hit 50 pounds.
I was gonna say, you got some big.
He's sandbagging a pretty good bit.
Yeah, I think he needs to catch a 713 to do the 60 pounds.
Tucker Smith catch about 17 and a half, and Fujita needed more than 19.
Oh, yes. Taku Ito just talked to me as well in text about Yui Aoki, said he won Lake Kawaguchi. I think that's how you say it. It was a five times a year, and he's won maybe 30 times in Japan.
Oh, wow.
He said super scoper.
Taco's supposed to be getting me one of them spiders. I hope he can hear me. I want my spider, Taco.
I think that's going to win ICAST this year.
When I say spider, he says, what?
Ronnie, you mean to tell me you're not familiar with that lake?
No, I'm familiar. I just don't know how to say it. The translation, I'm just not sure.
Two pounder. Change.
2-pounder.
They've been saying, hey, these young guys don't have families, they don't have other responsibilities, they just fish all the time. There's sacrifices everyone makes, and the sacrifices these Japanese anglers have made to come to America and pursue this is astounding. Is that Kevin Short's boat? Is that K-Pink? He was in the open this week. I don't know if he's got his party barge too.
Gotta be somebody knows.
We've been talking about the bite going to pick up. That's going to pick up here in the next few hours as well. Luckily, the
everybody's having a time, whether you have a spotted bass on the line or you have some wind in your hair. Logan Martin Lake has been good to these anglers and good to us today. We got an hour left in the day, an hour left in Bassmaster Live, and we'll be back in just a moment.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
It's been a joy to be with you today for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Logan Martin Lake, presented by 7 Lincoln, Alabama. Lincoln's Landing is where we're at this week, and our live coverage is brought to you by Maxim Tires. Guys, I have a deep love and affinity for spotted bass. That's my favorite of the 3. And we're seeing some spotted bass come out to play today. Logan Martin is showing, hey, the Coosa River, one of the best spotted bass places you can be. And Logan Martin, not too shabby. It makes sense why Joey Nania fishes here every single day of the calendar year. And Josh Butler, he's kind of extended back out to exactly what he started the day with. Exactly a 3.5-pound lead. Doing good work on day 1 has helped carry him, but he has upped his game today in the last hour and a half, 2 hours of the tournament. Familiar spot, Emil Wagner's fishing somewhere. We saw Yui Aoki fish earlier. You get to see under the water, or in the water, with Emil and his electronic setup. A little bit shallower spot. He's been in that 16 to 20 foot range, and he's about 10 feet right here.
That might be a good one. Size look good on the graph.
Looks like multiple balls.
It's a nice one. Might help. Yeah. Probably not. Look at this, he spit up someone's bubblegum worm.
I seen the bubblegum come out.
It sank, but gosh. Oh, sorry.
Someone was telling a story in practice. It was the darndest thing. I caught a spotted bass on a pink floating worm in practice, and now that fish is offshore. No, I'm just kidding. That didn't happen, but it wouldn't be surprising.
He's talking about how he's holding his rod over to the side. I think he can just get better action instead of holding it right in front of the boat. He hits his graphs and stuff.
For sure.
But again, right there at the boat, he caught another one just right there at the boat.
Oh, big one.
Uh-oh. He got excited about it. Oh.
Yes. Yes.
That's a nice one.
3-pounder.
He's building on a good bag for the day.
Oh, no doubt.
No question.
He's going to be looking back at day 1, and it was the first day of competition.
2.25. Yes.
3.25?
Yes.
It has to be, because there's no way that's 2 1/4. I thought he said 2 1/4, but
Smalls.
there's no way.
Was a 2.6.
What's his bag for day, Sue?
It's gotta
15 pounds, 14 ounces
Yeah.
on Bass Track.
He's gonna have
15,
two-
14?
Second place, 3-0 behind.
Man.
Well, he needs about 19 pounds, which is, Josh Butler had 19.7 on day one with a 7.13.
We keep talking about those, but these fish right here are starting to grow on this lower end.
I think I'm going to put Kiyoya Fujita on my Smith Lake fantasy fishing team, because I feel like he's going to start catching spotted bass to the level he catches smallmouth. Such, would he be the first person to maybe win? No. He might be the first person. If he was to win a spotted bass event with all spotted bass, be the first person to win a tournament with all smallmouth, all largemouth, and all spotted bass. We haven't gone to a ton of spotted bass places.
What's Josh done?
I mean, you think about it, they're pretty comparable in a way, and hear me out, is the Champlain smallmouth are all very nomadic. I mean, that's something that gets said a lot. And spotted bass at large are extremely nomadic.
Especially when you get them on a highland type of lake compared to what river. Because here, we've been to Neely Henry, but it was flooded in May. Like, it was just crazy conditions. And so when you have a lake that doesn't necessarily get as crazy swings or different conditions affect it greater, it's not current dependent, things like that, those spotted bass can kind of be more natural to themselves. Lanier, Norman, Smith.
Butler's on the move. How far is his run?
45 minutes left in the day.
He acted like he might have a 30-minute ride back, but I think he's just running back down to that pocket he was in a while ago where the...
Right, he's stopping.
I think they set up right here pretty good for him whenever that current's running. He's let the current run long enough it's got to here. I think now he's going to try to pick him off a few good ones.
Logan Martin Lake, we're winding down coverage. 45 minutes left in the fishing day. They're probably going to all have a 10-minute run back at least. Maybe Josh Butler a little bit more. Emil Wagner maybe a little bit more as well. Pretty quiet from the guys like Kyle Austin and Jeremiah Kendi. Looks like Austin did upgrade and hopscotched past Jeremiah Kendi. We'll keep an eye on our top 5 and more as they chase down Josh Butler. Can they do it? Time is winding down. Final hour here at Logan Martin Lake. We're going to crown a champion in just a few minutes, it seems. And that winner will go to the Bassmaster Classic for 2025 at Lake Ray Roberts. We will have a big time there in March for the Bassmaster Classic. A couple anglers in our top 10 today are doing well overall and are looking to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. Kyle Austin quietly has moved up a spot in an afternoon where everyone below 5th hasn't really made moves. Kyle upgraded just a little bit ago to pass Jeremiah Kendi, and I believe we're going to check out what he did just a few minutes ago. Or we're out with him live.
Tell us about your day. They got you live in a 2-box.
Yeah,
Playing back your catches.
I got you. The day, I mean, it's just like it's been. I mean, it's slow and steady. And, throughout the day, I just keep kind of coaling up. I'm just running this isolated brush and stumps and just trying to get a big bite. I kind of feel like I limit myself out with like 3-pounders. It's definitely not easy, but today wasn't too bad. We caught some fish, but we had a lot of ground to make up, so we're just gonna keep chugging along and see if we can't get a couple big ones and have us a big bag of the day. Right now I'm tying on my 376 jig of the day.
We are about out.
We'll see him at the Classic. Might see him in the Elites next year too, buddy. But he's taken a funny route, starting the season okay, 43rd, then 117th before winning.
And he's
been jumping up and down the points, the EQ points.
He said he was more shocked by the Ouachita one. It doesn't necessarily fit his style, but he didn't fish bad. It just was one of those bad finishes. But it wasn't a train wreck. It just didn't go his way that week.
Yeah, he was standing 52nd in that first, moving up to 23rd. And this week he's started the day 11th. Right now he's moved up a spot to 10th.
Every fish counts anymore when you're getting these points, though.
Oh, and you think about Ouachita as well, Such. Remember, we got sunburn on day one, and then it was
freezing,
and then it was frost levels, and we had gloves on by the final day. Like it's
30 degrees during the day.
During the weigh-in, it seemed just the 2 hours away, and it just plummeted.
Well, see, Emil Wagner and Tucker Smith are very similar with having a bomb.
Yep.
At Santee Cooper, and then this top 10 is getting him back in the hunt. Tucker's up to 13th, and Emil has some hope now. He's in the 20s.
I've spent some really cold days on the water, but that last day at Lake Ouachita might have been right up there with the top.
It's the wind.
Oh, it was so bad.
I told Kyle when I was warm here in studio he wasn't allowed to complain because he's been wanting a tournament at Ouachita for a while. He didn't probably tell Hank Weldon he didn't want it in February.
How surprised were you to see two fish over 9 pounds out of that lake?
That time of the year, a little surprised, and not because the pre-spawn and late winter obviously kicks out big ones, but every March it seems like you see some 8 to 12 pound, or not 12 necessarily, but 8 to 10 pounders come out of there. But the fish that Zach caught, the 11, that was a mammoth of a fish. That was a little surprising, I will say.
10-14. We've had a double-digit fish in each of the opens till this one.
Yeah.
At Okeechobee, Randall Tharp 10-3. Ouachita, Zach Gutermont 10-14. And at Santee, Mark Hudson had a 10-3.
There's still hope. We got time.
Oh, yeah. Logan Martin, come on. Where you at?
Do it.
7-13 right now. Let's do a 10-pounder.
Look how fast Croix is moving.
Seems like chaos, but that's, part of the efficiency factor of it. When you think about fishing the bank, fishing shallow, a lot of times it comes down to who makes the most cast, or if you're flipping, who makes the most flips and presentations in a day. If you're looking for groups of fish and fish out there off the bank, obviously moving around until you find them is just about the best strategy you can think of.
A lot of different styles on that screen right now. He's hitting the brakes now. He's seen something he liked and he's already stopped. So it looks like a little underwater island, or not underwater, it's sticking up a little bit right there in front of Josh. I think he's back there in like a little eddy maybe. Tucker's gone quiet on us.
He might have done exactly what you suggested and caught every single fish out of that group.
That's what I'd have done. He done a good job about exploiting that place.
What's up?
He's found him some largemouth for sure.
Maybe a couple ounces again, I don't know. Yeah. Yep, a little bit. Almost 2 pounds.
man who's been very quiet today, but probably has spent more time on this body of water than everybody else in the field. Zeke Gossett from Pell City, Alabama, down the street from Logan Martin Lake, and Zeke started the day in 10th, snuck in there on the final spot. Zeke was kind of well-traveled. He was a high school All-American, and then he went to college in multiple places. What was he? Started at Faulkner, and then he ended at Jacksonville State. He won Team of the Year one year. I think it was our inaugural year or second year doing it. I think KJ Queen won first year with Dax Ewert. Zeke Gossett and his partner won.
Lucas Smith, I
Lucas
believe.
Smith, yeah.
He ended up winning the wild card at Logan Martin, the college series wild card 2 years ago.
There's some good ones down there, though.
I think his partner then was Dalton Mize, maybe. I think so. Don't ask us how we remember this stuff, buddy. We're just guys who do stats. We don't fish.
I've noticed that. I seen the condition of your boat the other day.
Hey, it's pollen. You know, there's pollen all over the
We
boat.
don't have concrete evidence that that thing even floats anymore.
I don't think it does.
How much rain we've had in Arkansas, she's, you know.
Well, there might be anything would float in Arkansas right now, probably.
Yeah.
You might have a chance.
Zeke just fishing one division of the Opens. Maybe at some point in the near future, he'll jump in and do all 9. I think he maybe attempted it one year, but had too many conflicts and missed some events and stuff. But he's got his 17th B.A.S.S. event at this level.
I believe he even guides on Logan Martin. When I drove over to the ramp the other day, there was a sign actually at the front gate.
Property of Zeke Gossett. It was Lincoln
more or
Landing,
less, more or less.
Hey, the top 10, he's going to double his best earnings ever in the tournament. Get upwards of $9,000 for 10th place even.
Yeah, and his stats will be a little skewed. He was only able to fish one day at Ouachita, so his 12-7, 163rd place, that was basically a one-day total for him. Our leader, Josh Butler, that is who 2nd through 10th is chasing. Butler's midday flurry has put him back in the driver's seat comfortably 3 pounds above Kiyoya Fujita.
I mean, I think I got enough, but I sure would like to catch another 3.5. I think I'm about to leave here in about 2 minutes, 5 minutes. It's about a 20-minute run back, about 23 miles. So that puts us, if I wanted to stretch it, I got 10, 11 minutes to fish, but I'm probably gonna leave. This is probably gonna be my last cast. I'm gonna give myself 30 minutes to get back. Like I said, I think I got enough, but I mean, it's fishing. You never know what, if someone catches a 6, and then next thing you know, they got 17, 18. Who knows? But I don't know. I feel like I've done what I can do. Unfortunately, I lost 2 fish this morning up under the bridge, but that's fishing. Everybody's gonna lose some. It's been a good day. Again, it's this stuff I can't describe. Made a move, went to the dam, and light switch, ended up catching them. Can't explain it. It's been a special week, regardless of what happens. I'm ecstatic, so I think we're about to take it back to the weigh-in. If we get back 5-10 minutes early, we'll fish around weigh-in, try to catch this largemouth. But I think we're about to take it back in.
You're doing the right thing.
Did I do enough? We'll see. We shall see.
Saves for a 36-year-old from Hayden, Alabama.
36, he's one of the old guys out here now.
Yeah.
Longtime angler. Oh, don't look at me, Buddy Gross. I'm not mentioning you. I'm talking about the guys in the top 10.
Oh.
Plenty of old guys on the Elite Series that are still kicking well and good. We got a little bit more fishing time, plenty of tubing time on Logan Martin Lake. Ooh. We're back here at Bassmaster Open, final day, Logan Martin Lake, Lincoln, Alabama. What are those?
Can I do it, Ronnie?
Grebes?
Grebes!
Oh, there are grebes.
They're just waiting on the shad spawn in the morning.
Buddy and Kyle are like, who are these weird guys? And talking about grebes. Some blue herrings eating off a tree? I've never seen this before. This is our 4th stop of the season. We've had 3 previous opens so far this year, 2 in the month of February, 1 in the month of March. And we're gonna crown a champion after 2 months away for our 4th stop here in the month of May. We'll get about a month and a half from now, we'll be at our next one at Eufaula, Oklahoma, mid-June, mid to late June. And this is where we are for the 4th stop. State of Alabama, Coosa River, Logan Martin Lake. And like we said, guys, this has the opportunity to fish like 2 different bodies of water. You have the guys up the river, current dependent, and you have the guys fishing deeper water, open water down the lake.
Absolutely. I mean, the current can, dictate both of those bites, but they're so vastly different. The lower lake, obviously, like you said, it sets up more like a traditional lake. There's docks, humps, pockets, things of that nature. But once you go up the Coosa River near the Neely Henry Dam, it becomes much more narrow. Of course, the current is extremely valuable up there, and obviously we got to see Josh Butler capitalize on that late in the day today.
Take us back to February. We kicked off the open season. We did it at legendary Lake Okeechobee, and it fished a little bit different than the Okeechobee we saw for the Elite Series around the same time the year prior. Scott Martin used a lot of local knowledge to know the regions he needed to be in. He actually stayed on the outskirts of those main pressured areas, was able to use some electronics, and knowing the history of this place, fished for a little bit deeper spawning fish, was able to rack up 90 pounds and set the all-time opens record there. We went about a week and a half later, 2 weeks later, to Ouachita, and it was a totally different climate, totally different conditions, and another local zigging when he needed to zig and zagging when he needed to zag.
Just an old school type tournament, obviously, from Jeremiah Kendi there. Obviously, Lake Ouachita sets up like a lake that you can catch them deep, suspended, but he was doing an old school technique, throwing a lipless crankbait over submerged grass.
And then another local winner was Kyle Austin, who is a part of our EQ points race. He was able to use a current seam right there in the canal between Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie. And each morning he was able to get a good limit or some good quality on that final day. He left with 4 from his main spot and went and caught a key fish on a tree later in the day, and rotating the same trees 6 or 7 times was key for Kyle Austin, knowing they're gonna show up. I just need to be there when they do. He was able to win there, go to the Bassmaster Classic for next year. We've already got a couple names punched, along with our Classic champ, Justin Hamner, and Josh Butler is trying to add his name to that list and fish his way into the Bassmaster Classic. Let's not understate, if Kyoya Fujita was to somehow catch a giant and pull ahead and win this event, that would be 4 victories with B.A.S.S in 1.5 seasons, or in the last, 6 events or whatever it is. Kyoya Fujita, plenty of success already in his young career. It's been a great day at Logan Martin. Final day here. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here, joined by the likes of 2-time Elite Series champion Buddy Gross, Tennessee River expert, and then we've got Kyle Jesse, the executive content director for Bassmaster.com, and Mike Sukon as usual. And guys, we're winding down. A couple minutes left. Some anglers are running back towards Lincoln's Landing. Buddy Gross, you impressed with what Josh Butler did? He had a lead. He lost the lead. He didn't know it, but he had to stay patient. He did so.
But he did. He went through a lull. He stuck to his guns. He stuck with what he knew, and he actually made this thing work out. I think he's done a great job, and I think it's a well-earned victory.
Josh Butler staying at the top of our leaderboard, but Kyle, we've seen the likes of Kyoya Fujita, Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner all have their shot at the top of the leaderboard, getting close, and those spotted bass patterns we're seeing develop, especially with technology. These guys are catching so many fish. It's hard to beat them like Josh has, but he got the kicker that he needed.
Absolutely. When you think of the Coosa River, obviously current, river-based, that's been a thing for so long, and Josh Butler obviously being able to run up the river, stay up there despite the lulls in the middle of the day. That was a tough thing to endure, of course. And, you know, we're sitting here watching Kyoya Fujita, Tucker Smith, Emil Wagner catch fish after fish after fish, but he just stayed to his guns, stayed up the river, and made it work.
One of our big stories coming into the day was how we're almost halfway through the points race for the season. We're 4 events in out of 9, and one of our top 10 guys, Such, Kyle Austin, was 11th place, and he was hoping to jump in there. He moved up 3 or 4 spots today in the standings, and he is now inside our top 10. He just passed Bo Browning now that he is in 5th, so our points race is heating up as well.
Yeah, you know it. Evan Kung grew his lead up to 34 points. And we got a lot of young guys in there again, though. 5 guys in their 20s. 3 guys, though. Look at these guys. Cody Meyer, Brandon McMillan, Matt Adams in their 40s in our top 10. How about that?
Getting a good mixture of seasoned veterans that were former pros, and we're seeing the diversity already. 4 totally different bodies of water, and we have a couple more interesting ones coming up. Kyle, you know the schedule. Eufaula, Oklahoma. We have St. Clair, which is a place that Garrett Paquette's going to be maybe a favorite or he's excited to have. You have Leech Lake, Mississippi River, and then you have Lake Hartwell. What are you expecting when you see what styles prevail?
Yeah, Lake Eufaula is a really interesting one. Obviously, going there later in the year, there's an offshore bite to be had there, you know, kind of more traditional hard spots, offshore humps, things of that nature. It's a massive lake, obviously. That's going to be a really interesting one, and I think you know, kind of in the way that Santee Cooper was you know, an event that allowed some flipping and flopping on the EQ leaderboard. I think Lake Eufaula could be the same thing.
Of course, quite what we wanted. The conditions were just, everything was just a little tougher. I was only fishing a couple areas, and I hit them pretty hard. I think that had some effect with it. Didn't get the current like we've had until right about 3 minutes ago. It was sunny with no wind, and you know, the fishing for me was just tricky. I didn't see many fish. The ones I did see, they are just, you know, it seemed super educated. They want to come up, follow the bait, you know, play with it, but not really commit to it. So I kind of, you know, came back up here and I don't want to say played it safe because I didn't do that, but just tried to catch, you know, a respectable limit. I think I'm a little over 10 pounds right now. Maybe I won't finish 10th. Maybe I'll get like 9th or something if someone had a bad day. But it was just tough. And, you know, that's the nice thing about being in the top 10. I'm going to idle this too. Being in the top 10 is that you're only going to finish in 10th. So you can kind of be a little more hard-headed than you would be and a little more stubborn. And that's what we did. I mean, I really wanted to catch a 15, 16-pound bag and, you know, move into that top 3 or heck, even first if guys are having problems. But that didn't happen. You know, no real regrets. It's just a tough day of fishing, but it's better to have a tough day of fishing on the final day than on days 1 or 2.
Very true indeed, and we'll keep an eye on Garrett Paquette as we make our way north. You think about the northern swing that we normally have in New York. This year for the Opens, we have a different kind of northern swing. We have St. Clair in Michigan, and then we have Leech Lake in Minnesota, upper Minnesota, and then we have the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin. So we've got 3 Midwest to upper Midwest lakes that will give us kind of a smallmouth flare as well at times. And so these anglers will be put to the test, and like Garrett said, anytime you make a top 10, it's good because you know how far you can fall. We were just mentioning the points race standings, and this is how it lays out. This was coming into the day. Evan Kung, a 33-point lead over Dakota Ebert. Easton Fothergill, about 40 more points behind. Cody Meyer, Brandon McMillan, Matt Adams. This is where it gets tight. You've got a lot of guys that are going to be in that 630 to 660 point range, and that'll basically take you from 4th place to about 14th place in our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ points race. Kyle Austin gaining 3 or 4 spots today would put him up 1 more spot. into 10th right now unofficially over Bo Browning. Bobby Bakewell holding down the last spot if it was to end today. And then we obviously see Josh Butler in 8th. We'll be right back. Last 10 minutes here for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Logan Martin Lake, presented by 7, is sponsored by Toyota, Nitro Boats, Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Guys, it is a feat for the 10 who have made it today. We can never undersell the value of making the top 10 out of 196 pros. Most of our opens as well having almost 225 at times. To make the top 10, you had to do something special through 2 days of competition.
With the weights being as stacked as they are, I mean, to separate yourself from the rest of the field just to make the final day is, like you said, a really impressive feat.
No real slips. There's a lot of consistency as well. If you had 13, then you had 14, you had 15, you had 14.
We're live? Well, we got 10 minutes left, so I'm about to go in, but it was a good day. I mean, we caught a bunch, just really hard to catch a kicker here. I caught a big one of my biggest ones in practice right here in the main river in this stretch, but there just wasn't enough. I figured I'd hit it real quick now that we're in, but had a really fun event. I mean, I liked the lake. I'd love to come back. Caught a bunch of fish, just a lot of little ones, but super fun place. I'm just happy to have made the top 10. It wasn't a stressful day. I had fun, and right away I'm in, get paid, and go home. Got another big tournament here in a day, so got to get going to that one.
Buddy Gross is saying the same thing. I got a big tournament I got to get to when I leave Bassmaster Live. And so how do you feel about that, buddy? Lake Murray, how did it treat you last year? And now you know you're going back, but it's a month later.
You know, the only thing I'm liking about it is a month later. I'm hoping there's not as much bed fishing going on and I can actually get out there and find some offshore. But it is largemouth, but it's still herring. And I'm not a big herring guy, just haven't ever really fished a lot of it. So I'm expecting some things, but it's going to be tough, but I'm ready to go.
Tough in what way? Because the fishing's good, and the weight and the fish sizes are good. So what do you mean by tough?
Fishing's good, but it's had a lot of pressure. I mean, I've had a couple of 300 boat tournaments in the last week or two, and I think there's a bunch of them going on today. So there's a lot going on up there, and the fish aren't going to be like fresh fish, so we're going to have to go work for them. Seems like we're having to work for them all over the country anymore, but it's...
you guys made fishing look so fun. Everybody wants to do it now.
It's true. Tucker's done some good work this week, though. For a young man, he's done well.
You were telling me a story last night. You got introduced to him at the Classic. He was a part of a dinner with some of the rookies on the elites, and then some veterans like yourself.
Yeah, we were all sitting at the table, and I called him over. I was like, "Hey, you're gonna have to help me out with this forward face and stuff." So I pulled him in my direction a little bit. So
I spent a lot of time out here, and I don't think I got enough, but I had a fun day. So just didn't get that big bite all week. Never had the big bite. Just had solid ones the whole time. But it was fun. I caught them doing it the way that I like to do it, so can't complain.
What he's talking about right there, though, he just needed one big bite. He had the most consistent bags of all of them. He just needed the one big bite. And Fajita today, he's been outstanding as far as quality spots. He's done an awesome job, but you take even Fajita's biggest one, have put in there with Tucker, and he's right there.
We don't really see Kioya lose many fish, so I wonder if we got the chance to sit down with him and ask him what was different about day one. It's not like he was fishing in 4 feet of water and the water rose a foot or two or got dirtier. He's probably been doing this all week most likely, and so I wonder what changed on day one for that offshore bite that he didn't get. He got 13 pounds, you know.
Or what finally clicked.
Yeah, the last 2 days, he's been the leader. You know, he's been the best weight, but.
And as much as the guys have talked about timing being so crucial, you know, you get in a bad rotation and you don't, you know, you're not on your best spots at the right time. those are the kind of things you can figure out on day 2, and then obviously like he's done today on day 3.
Or he really figured it out at the end of day 1 and he put it to work on days 2 and 3. If I was betting, that's probably what happened.
Sure.
Because then you flip the field. Some of these guys who maybe head out, maybe his first stop or 2 had people on him, if we're being completely honest. You know, your boat 160 or something on day 1, then the next day you're 30, get first choice at stuff.
Had one. Look at it.
Looks like another case of home cooking, though. It'd be the
Tucker's
4th
sitting
consecutive Open.
Yeah.
With the home guy winning.
Very interesting.
Tucker's sitting right where Paquette's been sitting catching those largemouth, I think, right now.
That's crazy how you get in a rotation. We saw Emil pull up on a point that Yui had fished just a few minutes prior to that.
It's been a great tournament for all these top 10, though.
I say congratulations to all of them in the top 10 and all our anglers who are graduating college today.
Yeah. All grown up. We got to see them when they were babies just last year, right, Kyle?
That's right.
So Josh made it back down in time to make some more casts.
Take off. We got 3.5, 4 minutes left, and I decided come in here and try to throw a buzz bait. I think we might have enough, but I couldn't live with myself if I didn't fish the last 6-7 minutes. So, you know, a lot of things going through my mind. Do I have enough? Do I not? How amazing this week's been. How special this place is to me. I mean, it's been a blessed week, regardless of the outcome.
He said
I did all I could do. Practice wasn't great. I had a few bites in a few areas where I knew the quality would probably be there, and I just kind of went on a whim. And it's worked out so far, so I did everything I could today. Only lost 2 key fish, which in my eyes, you know, that's fairly clean, especially fishing up there. So, you know, we did what we could do. Let the chips fall where they're gonna fall, and, you know, we'll see where we end up.
Gotta be a stressful feeling going in like this, buddy, doesn't it? Isn't it?
It is, especially when you know it's going to be tight. But I think he knows he's done his job. I think he knows he's got him enough. But it's still, once it gets that close, it's tough. But there's no feeling like it. I mean, like, you roll in there and the first thing he's going to do is look at his wife and see her face, and he's going to know. Or girlfriend, what I mean, was.
Yeah.
Or if he's got a good
Family.
lab there.
Gonna have a big family.
He should have a crowd. But thanks for seeing that smile.
Oh, no doubt. You probably knew something special was happening at Fall in 2020 when camera boats started showing up and you were coming from 10th place in, and it was a blessing for you to be there. Shane Lee, you had to accidentally have a culling infraction for you to get in, and then you have the best day, and you knew when you pulled in, like, wow, this is, holy cow.
I knew there was something special going on, but I just thought maybe I was having the better catches of in the afternoon. But there was a lull, and I was just, I thought you were trying to make good TV. I really didn't know what you followed.
It was great TV. We
wave.
were watching the whole time. It was not too shabby, so that's very, very cool for Josh Butler. For any one of these guys.
I can't talk.
He's tore up.
Oh.
That's a good tore up, though.
Pulling into the boat ramp. knowing you have possibly a Bassmaster Classic berth waiting for you in about an hour's time when the weigh-in gets done would be something special. What a day it's been. Emil Wagner really putting some shots across the board early this morning, kind of started that flurry. We knew when Emil and Tucker went back to back, we said the bite seems to be picking up, and boy did they carry the day and caught more fish than we could have ever asked for.
It's been action-packed all day long, really from start to finish. I mean, as soon as we came on, obviously we got to see some of Josh's shad spawn bites, and then as soon as Tucker and Emil and Koya obviously settled in, it was hot and heavy there for the majority of the day.
Yeah. It's awesome to sit here and watch what y'all get to watch. I mean, you can see the emotions come and go, and you get to see the whole field. It's pretty cool to see it from y'all's angle. So now I'm gonna start waving some more. I'm on camera for him.
Yeah, smile a little bit for us. Tell us what we're looking for. Break it all down. Kyoya Fujita caught some big bass in his career already, and he caught his biggest spotted bass today. We'll be able to see that, and all of the anglers give their final count of how it went down this week at the weigh-in. Live will begin just moments after we end our live show here. Click the leaderboard tab on Bassmaster.com. Be able to watch the full weigh-in. I know I'll be watching because somebody's dream's about to come true. Most likely Josh Butler, but we'll see what special things the weigh-in brings. It's been great having you today. We'll see you in the next one.
Big one. It's a 10-pounder, dude.